Tumefurahi sana. Tulikuwa ni tumekauka sana kwa ajili ya maji. Hapa tumepata shida ya maji sana.
Sisi nataka kilima na wakaboka ndio yote asaidia watoto wetu. Sisi nachaka kabisa. Afurahia mpaka mbinguni.
Turkana County, the cradle of mankind, is the largest county in Kenya, covering an area of 68,000 square kilometers. This represents 12% of Kenya's total land mass. Despite having such a massive virgin land, only 30% of it is viable for agriculture. With a growing population of close to 1 million, Turkana County is classified as an arid and semi-arid land, receiving average rainfall of 200 millimeters annually and with a daily average temperature of 30 degrees Celsius. Such extreme climatic conditions make the area water-stressed, contributing to drought, hunger, and severe malnutrition. Meet James Kidor, a father of 7 and a farmer from Kangeriga village in Turkana County. James has faced many cycles of hunger and famine over the past years. However, 2019 is a year he will never forget.
Wakati ilikuwa ni wakati mbaya sana ambayo ilifanya mimi ningetoka Turkana County. Sababu niliona Turkana County kama imelaaniwa, hakuna mvua. Niende nitafute mahali chakula hiki. Mimi nikaona sasa mimi hapa sina tena kitu kingine ambacho nafanya.
We have issues of chronic food securities in Turkana. We have poor access to safe water, and also we have issues of poor hygiene.
Surviving in this side of the world is sometimes very difficult, with the most vulnerable being the elderly, women and children. From a remote village in Katilu ward, we meet Dorcas Araga, a mother of 5, who, like most of her neighbors, could only afford 1 meal a day to raise her large family.
Wanakula jioni saa hii, alafu tena ikifika tena kesho jioni.
In a community highly dependent on pastoralism, periodic cycles of famine and hunger have been a major threat, leading to malnutrition and great human suffering.
This is more of a pastoral community, or a community that is relying mostly on animals, that they have had challenges in terms of drought, some of them dying, others driven by other communities that are living adjacent to them because of the issue of cattle rustling.
According to the Turkana County 2019 SMART survey, an annual survey intended to assess the county's performance on health and nutrition, 3 out of every 5 children between the age of 2 and 5 years access only 1 meal a day, with 2 out of 5 breastfeeding mothers feeding irregularly or have no meal in a day.
The level of malnutrition in the pregnant and lactating mothers, children below 5 years, they really suffer from malnutrition, whereby we find that the Gilmaraquette, the survey which was done in 2019, put Turkana as a county above 26%, which is above the normal rate.
According to the World Health Organization, this is a health emergency. Over the years, relief food donation from the government and NGOs have been used as an intervention to solve the hunger and malnutrition distress in Turkana County, a move that has had limited impact. Keen to improve the livelihoods of the people of Turkana and as a way of corporate social responsibility, Bayer provided a $5 million fund towards a sustainable, lasting solution, key focus areas being the Turkwel and Katilu wards in Turkana County. This is what led to the birth of the Impact Project, an improved approach to community-based nutrition in Turkana County, implemented by Pan-Africa, a non-governmental organization transforming livelihoods in Africa.
key for us, of course, is to find the balance between farmer, consumer health and crop science. And in crop science, we're really talking about smallholder farmers and how to make smallholder farmers a growth engine of Africa's economy. We're having a strategy on smallholder farmers that really helps us to empower them to become more, a higher adopter of technology in order to improve livelihoods and at the end also improve the sustainability of food supply.
We have developed some global sustainability objective, which is to improve livelihood of a small farmholder around the world, nearly 100 million by the year 2030, but as well to give access and to improve the nutrition of the same around 100 million people in the, let's say, developing countries.
BAYA is a global life science company, that focuses on providing solutions within the life sciences. Our vision is health for all and hunger for none, and that is to essentially say that all we do is all about creating and enabling a world where health for all and hunger for none is a possibility. That yes, we are a company that does business, but in addition to that, we are also very keen to work and empower the communities. And we do that through two main sub-arms, I would call that, and that is through the BAYA Fund and through the BAYA Cares Foundations.
Impact program is a program that is well funded by BAYA Fund. It's a well documented partnership between us and BAYA Fund. And as Pan Africa, we really want to say a big thank you to BAYA Fund for funding this mission.
Through the program, BAYA aims to empower the communities to rehabilitate unproductive lands, gain access to clean water, and ultimately grow their own nutritious foods through diverse capacity building, infrastructural development, and behavior change interventions in a period of 5 years.
Meaning to give a chance to the farmer to produce more vegetables and to have a bit more balanced nutrition basket for those people to be able to have a better, let's say, nutrition components.
Following the successful unveiling of the Impact Program on October 3rd, 2019, there has been an improved access to quality health services and increased knowledge for prevention and treatment of malnutrition.
On behalf of my government, we've been gathered here to launch the Impact Program, which is basically a nutritional 5-year nutrition program.
We believe that being a big corporation, investing heavily in research and development over the years.
This is through capacity building of community care groups, offering training to targeted community health volunteers, community health extension workers, nutritionists, and nutrition outreach agents. Meet Ilequer Irene, a community health extension worker at Lopur Dispensary in Katilu Ward. Irene's work is to sensitize her community on better health and nutrition, her key target being pregnant women and lactating mothers.
Ile tabia ya awali yenye watu walikuwa nayo imebadilika. Watu wamebadilika saizi. Yaani wamejua hata saizi mama mjamzito anajua ni chakula gani yeye anafaa kukula. Mama mwenye ako na mtoto mdogo anafaa kujua huyu mtoto mdogo wangu amefika 6 months. Ninafaa kuintroduce kwa chakula na ninaanzia nini kumpea huyu mtoto kwa sababu huyo mtoto hajakuwa stable kwa chakula.
The concept of training care groups and trickling down knowledge to the lead mothers, directly impacting the community at the household level, is a concept well integrated in the Impact Project.
The objectives of this program is to impact health and nutrition for women, lactating women, and pregnant women, and children under 5 years in Turkana County within 5 years.
Like we have seen and like we'll continue to see, is really focusing on the area of nutrition, the area within agriculture, and making sure that people are empowered, people are trained to be able to grow the right food, to be able to reclaim lands that previously were not productive, and that they are also trained to know that they can do a few things, to be able to utilize available technologies, to be able to utilize available resources to grow their own food. And not just food, because you're talking about empowering them, but nutritious food.
Based on the 2019 SMART survey, 75% of women in Turkana County were consuming food from less than the 5 out of 10 food groups.
When we did the baseline survey, most of the households here were consuming less than 2 food groups per day. So we want to get that to at least the minimum number of 5.
With dietary diversity, the narrative changes. We don't say carbohydrates. We are saying energy-giving foods, or we're talking about starchy foods, or we're talking about cereals as a food group. We're talking about beans, legumes as a food group. We're talking about nuts as a food group. We're talking about milk as a food group. We talk in a way that consumers can understand, that farmers can, that women in the village can understand.
To overcome this challenge, home vegetable gardens were established through the Impact Program, benefiting over 600 households who have now access to diversified diets from their kitchen gardens. To ease the movement of the community health volunteers, bicycles and motorbikes were provided to link the community and health facilities, strengthening the community-level health services.
In terms of improving access to healthcare, which is a universal healthcare concept that was driven by WHO and even the government of Kenya, among the presidential 4 agendas, we've got a vehicle that is supporting the activities. We've also had outreaches targeting communities, hard-to-reach areas where there are no facilities.
Before then, the rate of malnutrition was very much high before the intervention, before the Africa comes in. But of late, the situation has improved because very many interventions were put in place to help mitigate the situation in terms of malnutrition.
The government is supporting this project by implementing also issues of multi-stakeholders meetings, that we want to bring all the stakeholders together in order to support issues of malnutrition.
We work very closely with the Minister of Health and Minister of Agriculture, even in terms of policy formulation and strategy development. We really support, we want to work with them to make sure that system are strengthened, so that when we are leaving, then the system are on the ground.
Another strength is the way it was integrated. You know, we're talking about farmers here, but we're also talking about health workers here. We are talking about community health volunteers here. So you're integrating nutrition and health with production, with the communities, what communities are producing and all that. So farmers are producing nutritious food. The health care system, of course, through the community health workers and other stakeholders, are strengthening, you know, the health aspects of food, which is likely to give us more resource than if we just, touch it with one direction.
In an effort to provide a blueprint of how nutrition interventions in the county should be implemented, Pan-Africa, through the Bayer Fund, provided technical and financial support towards development of the 2019-2023 Turkana County Nutrition Action Plan. The Impact Program also equipped farmers with good agricultural practice trainings to increase household access, availability and consumption of diversified and nutrient-rich food. In a region highly dependent on pastoralism for livelihood, Sarah Emase, a widow and orphan, had no cattle, sheep or goats to support her livelihood, but thanks to the Impact Program that assisted her to clear her land and access clean seeds for farming.
Hii shamba alikuwa anakaa tu kama msituni tu. Hiyo kampuni vile alikuja ndio alisaidia sisi. Sababu mimi hakuna mtu ya kutegemea. Nilikuwa nategemea hii shamba. Sababu hata mzee yangu hakuna. Wazazi. hakuna. Hii shamba tu ndio mambo yangu yote.
With only 30% of Turkana County being viable for agricultural practices, water has been a major hindrance to smallholder farmers who work individually or in groups. The Impact Program has improved irrigation and infrastructure through canals, as well as constructing and rehabilitating water points. The program has also expanded irrigation capacity in beneficiary farms. In a community where land is primarily owned by men, Margaret Mijeng and her fellow women recall how getting farming land was difficult.
Nakataa kwa sisi mama alia kamsee sisi kama Mungu naleta hiyo machamba sisi nakataa hizo namna gani? Sisi nataka kilima na wakaboka kundi yote asaidie watoto wetu.
Having overcome the farmland acquisition challenge, Margaret and her colleagues had another obstacle: water. A resource that Impact Program provided through drilling of boreholes, subsequently nourishing their vegetable farms.
Sisi nafurahi kama angalia maji. Sisi nasema kama hii maji kutoa hapo. Sisi nafurahi kabisa. Sisi nawaka nguvu. Hata watoto wetu kukula. Hata mgeni yetu kukula. Hata sisi kwanza. Nafurahi kajua maji ile yanakuja saa hii.
James Kidor also narrates how his thirst for water was quenched by a borehole that feeds 2 large water tanks near him. His farm became more productive due to easy access of water.
Sisi tumefaidika kwa sababu hata maji ya kukunywa tunakunywa hapa. Mimi jambo la kwanza sinunui mboga. Ile pesa ambayo nilikuwa ningetumia kwenda kununua mboga, hiyo pesa natumia kufanyia kazi nyingine. Kununulia mtoto kalamu, kununua kitabu, kununua sabuni. Mambo hii yote, faida hii yote ni kutokana na biofund.
Lack of assorted farming tools has been a stumbling block to the farmers, some depending on traditional sticks to dig and plant. To overcome this, the Impact Program distributed assorted tools to a total of 690 households, enhancing farmers' successful and sustainable food production in Turkwel and Katilu wards. In full realization of some farms experiencing poor crop production due to ineffective irrigation infrastructure, the Impact Program supported improvement of water structures at Israel, Lishebora and Green Angels by providing pipes in order to expand irrigation capacity. Through the Impact Program, farmers in Israel Farm have been able to grow maize, vegetables, watermelon and other assorted crops which they sell in the neighboring markets.
Kwa sasa hivi, tunapopanda chakula kama hii, tutafuna na tupeleka nyumbani.
In the 2 years of implementing the Impact Program, individual and group farmers in Turkwel and Katilu wards have increased their agricultural productivity. The Impact Program has also brought a mindset change to the residents from dependence on pastoralism to agro-pastoralism.
I'm seeing a future that a Turkana man who has been, his livelihood was hunting and gathering, producing food.
With the design of the Impact Project, you can see sustainability in it. For example, if you are a farmer and you're shown how to farm, you see, even after the project is over, no one can get that knowledge out of you. I mean, you remain with the knowledge and you can practice it, and another farmer can see what you're doing and borrow ideas like that. And it is always good to think of sustainability when designing and implementing projects.
As both Turkwel and Katilu wards residents dance to the success of the Impact Program, they have a reason to smile for better health, reduced malnutrition, and financial empowerment of communities. This underscoring yet again Bayer's commitment to advancing life for the better, especially for the most undeserving communities. As James and other farmers enjoy a close support from the Impact program, the farmers have experienced some challenges along the way, requesting for intervention in the remaining 3 years of the program. Transportation is a challenge cited among the farmers, hampering quick access to the market. The effects of the COVID-19 outbreak have continued to be felt, posing a challenge in the implementation of the project. However, Bayer, in partnership with the implementing partner Pan-Africa, is optimistic that the remaining 3 years, more success will be recorded.
By empowering people, and specifically smallholder farmers, this is not only relevant for growing the farmers, but it's growing communities, growing countries, and of course make the production of affordable food to communities at the center of what we do. Smallholder farmers for us also is a growth opportunity, because by empowering smallholder farmers to adopt new technology, we will see that this adoption leads to an improvement of productivity and improvement of food supply.
And we are in the process now to significantly increase our activity in Africa, investing in some new country, new businesses, and that's why we have decided as well to increase our activity in the charitable area, because it is a kind of fully integrated approach as we have as a company, and we strongly believe that this is something we have to do right now if we want to be successful in the next 5, 10, 15 and 20 years in Africa.
We've been able to achieve so much success in a space of just 2 years. So for the next 3 years, I'm sure this community is going to be significantly impacted. We would like to recognize the contribution of our partners, Pan-Africa, the county government of Turkana, the local community. They've been phenomenal in terms of bringing their ideas, synthesizing them with Bayer in order to achieve this ambitious objective.
Turkana County's vision to provide opportunities for nutritious food, water security, good health and well-being is coming into reality as the Bayer-funded Impact program continues to support quality health services and increased knowledge for prevention and treatment of malnutrition.
From the data we are receiving the monthly service data from the facilities, and we look at the number of children attending the child welfare clinic who are underweight, the level has come down.
During the 2 years of implementation, Bayer has realized its goal of improving the lives of pregnant and lactating mothers, infants and young children in Turkana County, and looks forward to better the program in the next phases. To the local farmers in Katilu and Turkol wards, this is truly a dream come true. Producing diverse foods in such a dry place is something they never thought of. At the heart of Bayer's commitment to society is the passion and action towards supporting people and communities to live a quality life. The Bayer-supported Impact program is the first of its kind for the Africa region, with an objective to implement signature programs in selected geographies to enhance lives and livelihoods. Through partnerships and community empowerment programs with both public and private sectors, Bayer is truly living its vision of creating a world where health for all and hunger for none is a possibility, transforming lives and building a brighter future for Africa and the world at large.
breastfeeding is very important, especially exclusive breastfeeding for the first 6 months is very important for the development of the child.
Breastfeeding, especially the immediate initiation of breastfeeding, is the first effective immunization for a child. The breast milk immediately starts the building up of the flora in the intestines, and that shapes the immune status of the child adapted to the local environment. How much better can it get? Not one single industrially prepared product will ever be able to do this for a mother and for a child.
We already know the benefits of exclusive breastfeeding in improving the survival, health, and the development of infants. Research has also established that breastfeeding has a positive effect on the brain development and IQ, as well as reducing the risk of obesity and diabetes in adult lifehood. These benefits are realized in both rich and poor households, yet we're lagging behind in implementing health and social mechanisms that scale up breastfeeding programs.
At national level, we've developed several guidelines and policies that are supposed to help us understand what areas we need to tackle. We have a law in place to prevent the influence of promoting the breast milk substitutes that will make mothers not breastfeed. And we've made sure that our health facilities are baby friendly, and we keep evaluating to see how they are performing. Being baby friendly means they must make sure they are supporting mothers right from the time the child is born, and the information is provided to the mother, and all health workers are aware. So these policies have gone down to the community level, the community baby-friendly initiative guideline, such that the mothers are getting the information right at the community level. That is one of the key things that will make us change the way things are happening.
Mothers need support systems that include family, social networks, workplace and employment policy, and legislation that allow exclusively breastfeeding so that their babies can realize their full potential.
In Kericho, the measures that we are promoting in order to support breastfeeding are already ongoing. We are partnering with Unilever, and UNICEF has come in very strongly to support us. We are putting in place measures that will make it mandatory that every public office must have a place where mothers with little kids can breastfeed, so that they don't have to go looking for bushes and hidden places to breastfeed from. And we are making these places friendly. We are using our health personnel to teach mothers, especially the new mothers, how to hold a baby, how to direct the baby to the breast. And for those mothers who are so busy and they wouldn't have time to come back home, they are being taught how to express milk from their breasts into a clean environment, and how later on that milk can be given to the baby at home by a helper when the mother is away. This for us is revolutionary, and I strongly recommend this for the whole country. I strongly recommend this for the whole of Africa.
As we look back across the decades in Kenya, we have witnessed some remarkable changes. More couples are using family planning with use of modern methods tripling from 15% in 1989 to 46% in 2009. More children are surviving, with child deaths dropping from 89 per 1,000 births in 1989 to 74 per 1,000 births in 2009. Our economy is growing, with income rising from 104,000 Kenya shillings per person in 1992 to 182,000 Kenya shillings per person in 2012. And we are better connected, with about 30,700,000 subscribers, or about 93% of households using cell phones today. We are a nation on the move. But there is one challenge where we are sadly behind. Malnutrition in mothers and children, which continues to impose a staggering cost to the nation despite having the solutions. As of 2013, malnutrition contributes to the deaths of more than 50,000 children under the age of 5 each year in Kenya, or about 1 out of every 2 child deaths. So, what has the experience and research on nutrition programs taught us over the years? Well, the story starts in the 1,000-day window of opportunity between pregnancy and a child's first 2 years. This period becomes the best shot at helping a child reach his or her potential and set the stage for life. Let's take a closer look at just how critical this period is. Starting in the womb before birth, the fetus is at risk if the mother lacks essential vitamins, minerals and nutrients needed for brain, bone and organ development. More than half of all women in Kenya suffer from anemia during pregnancy, which can cause health problems for the baby. Once the baby is born, from birth to the first 6 months, early and exclusive breastfeeding without adding any other foods or liquids is the very best way to ensure a healthy baby. And after the first 6 months of life, adding sufficient quantities of nutritious solid foods along with continued breastfeeding is absolutely necessary to make sure that the child grows correctly. Most stunting happens in this critical period. There is no going back. The cost of malnutrition during this 1,000-day window is almost always irreversible. Damage to the brain, leading to poor educational performance and lower IQ, poor growth and development, and surprisingly, this early deprivation increases a child's risk of developing chronic diseases as an adult. Chronic diseases like diabetes, high blood pressure, and heart disease that will require continued medical attention and care later in life. Another huge challenge is that malnutrition can happen and persist for years, and we can't always see it. These 2 little boys are both from the same village. Can you guess how old each boy is? Both boys are the same age. They are both 8 years old, but they show very different levels of development. The little boy on the left is stunted owing to poor nutrition, and it's unlikely that he will ever catch up and reach his full height or his full potential like his taller village playmate on the right. The invisible nature of chronic malnutrition sets up a pattern that we see happening generation after generation. This intergenerational cycle of growth failure starts with a malnourished woman, like this mother who is at a greater risk of complications during pregnancy and childbirth. She also has a greater risk of delivering an infant with low birth weight, like this baby girl who is at higher risk of illness and death and at higher risk of delayed emotional and intellectual development. And she is also likely to suffer from growth failure in those important early developmental years, which in turn lead to low weight and stunting in the teen years. Those teen years that are critical for growth and development, and the time when adolescents gain almost 50% of their adult body weight and 20% of their adult height. And that takes us back to our malnourished woman. And the cycle of poor nutrition continues generation after generation. Adolescent pregnancy also increases the risk of low birth weight and adds to the difficulty in breaking the cycle. Unfortunately, we see this cycle of growth failure happening over and over with families across the country. Turning now to our Google Earth satellite map, we're going to zoom in on Kenya and start our tour of the country coming into the bustling city of Nairobi. You may recognize the Kenyatta International Conference Center, or KICC, on the left side of the screen. As we travel a little to the west of KICC, we find ourselves in the middle of Kibra, a densely populated informal settlement with poor living conditions. Here, malnutrition affects the lives of most families, with more than half of children stunted. Although the rate of malnutrition definitely increases with poverty, it is not a problem that is unique to the poor. For instance, as we fly over one of the wealthy suburban areas in Nairobi, with its lush green trees, big houses, and large swimming pools, it is easy to assume that children who live in wealthy areas do not suffer from malnutrition. How could there be malnourished kids in this neighborhood? Yet, about 1 in 4 children born to rich families in Kenya are also malnourished. Clearly, malnutrition affects all children regardless of social or financial status. As we travel outside of Nairobi, we discover that, similar to the wealthy suburban neighborhood, malnutrition continues to have a strong presence in the most unlikely areas, like here in the western region of Kenya, where the abundant rainfall supports the farming and agricultural industry, which serves as the main livelihood for most residents in the area. But despite the abundance of food, including nutrition-rich fruits and vegetables, malnutrition is widespread here as well, with more than 1/3 of children stunted. It is clear that wealth and geography are not enough to evade the expansive reach of malnutrition. So how is Kenya doing in reducing malnutrition? For over a decade, the rate of chronic malnutrition or stunting has stagnated at around 35%, with very little improvement across the years. About 1 out of every 3 children, or 1/3 of children under 5, suffer from stunting. According to the World Health Organization's recommendations, after the 6th month of life, children must be fed a variety of foods to make sure they receive all the nutrients they need. But the most recent national survey shows that 2 out of every 3 children are not receiving the right foods. Many are eating only starches, and they are not eating those vitamin-rich fruits and vegetables or animal source foods like meat, fish and eggs that provide the body's basic building blocks. But making progress is possible. Let's turn to our trend graph or bubble chart.
Karibuni sana once again. For those of us who are joining us for the first time, we appreciate your presence. For those of us who have been with us since the beginning of this particular event, we definitely appreciate your input and your presence here. Are you excited for the final day? For those who are listening to me, are you excited for the final day? Yeah, I can see the water engineer there. I made a new friend. That's really proper. Asanteni sana. And you know what they say, all good things must come to an end. And I'm pretty sure the impact of this particular symposium will be felt thereafter. Even as we talk about that, I still encourage those of us enjoying a cup of tea outside to head inside so we can start today's session. My name is Jesse Rogers. I'll be your MC today. So in case of any clarifications in terms of the program and anything you need to know, feel free to reach out. Equally, I'd like to appreciate the presence of those of us who are tuning in virtually. Asanteni sana. It's been a fruitful 3 days right here at Safari Park, and I'm pretty sure from wherever you're tuning in from, you've definitely felt the impact as well. So I appreciate your input. Remember, you can definitely keep the conversation ongoing, interact with us through that particular area where you can keep your comments or equally ask questions. We expect a lot today in terms of plenary sessions, and if you can refer to your program, you'll definitely see what to expect today in terms of the talking points and what we'll be focusing on in terms of food security and what not. Not just that, even as we close the session, we'll definitely want to close it on a high. So keep the same enthusiasm you had during the first day of this all-important national symposium. All right, so as we start, perhaps to break the ice, let me ask a few questions and go round. And I can spot a couple of men in the house, a couple of ladies. How many of us are fathers? The men in the building. How many of us happen to be fathers? Are you a father? Yeah, you can raise your hand. Who else? Are you fathers, gentlemen? There you go. How many of us know what exactly winning is? Nasi kushinda, winning. It related to breastfeeding and moving from breastfeeding to solid foods. Have you been there during the process, perhaps with your wife? How exactly would you describe it? I don't know. Perhaps I can start with one gentleman, and I'm looking at you. So I'll just come to your side and perhaps you give me your take just briefly on winning, and we can equally hear from the mothers in the house. Mothers, hoye. Ah, there you go. Okay. So in case, let's get a mic to that gentleman at the corner, if we could kindly.
Where is the gentleman at the corner? You the one?
Niaje.
Good morning. So I'm a first-time father. My name is Titus Leokoi. A first-time father, and my firstborn is now 4 months. And so I am at the level of exclusive breastfeeding, which I have, which I'm really making sure that is followed, and so my wife is really aware of that. Between now and 6 months, she's supposed to exclusive breastfeed, and so far we've done that, and we are already thinking about initiation of complementary feeding, so semi-solid and solid foods from 6 months. So we are strategizing on that, and I think I'm looking forward to that experience, and I'm already thinking as a nutritionist we should practice what we preach, because more often than not we actually ourselves practice what we tell others. How easy is it to practice what you want others to do? So I am at that level, and so one day I'm also really like supporting my wife. Okay. Going with her to the ANC visit. Going with her to the vaccination of the baby, and I remember when I went with her to Samburu County Referral Hospital, the first day I went with her, I found all the women waiting for to take their children for clinic, and everybody was looking at me, and they said, "Oh, this must have been born the other day, so let him go first." So I was actually allowed to quickly be served. And I think what helped me was instead of waiting for hours and hours, because I was a man, so they didn't expect that a man would actually walk with his wife to the clinic. So I think that's a challenge I'd want to give to men, to always accompany the women all the way, all the way and all the way. And that's so that we need to become role models to other men.
That's really proper. And that's yet another example. Because yesterday we had a couple of human interest stories here. And the men mentioned if you accompany your wife to the clinic, you might skip the line. So that's equally more motivation to us men in the building. I want to speak to a lady briefly. And there are a couple of ladies who we didn't hear from. They've been quite busy here in terms of sign language interpretation. Let's hear their beautiful voices just briefly in terms of their experience when it came to winning. Don't be shy. I'm coming to your table. I don't know who among you might be able to talk.
Hi, everyone.
Hi, what's your name?
My name is Anna Mwenesi. I'm a sign language interpreter at KESE. When it comes to winning, I have 2 girls. It was a good experience. I started it at 8 months.
Okay.
Yeah, that's when I started winning.
Yeah.
I started with mokimo. Not mokimo, it is mashed potatoes and bananas with sieved fruits.
Okay.
I could sieve the fruits, then I'll blend the fruits. That's all I can say about winning.
Okay, that's really proper. Now uji, ilikuwa tu mokimo, kukwa na uji?
No. Uji was there.
Important,
also, uji was there.
Okay.
Yeah, whereby we could mix njugus and different cereals
as well.
Yes.
For more nutrition.
Yeah.
Okay. That's well noted. Asante sana for giving us your take, and we appreciate the work you've been doing with us for this 3 days. All right, so that's basically it. Let's kickstart today's session. I assume each and every one of us has settled in the auditorium. For those of us still enjoying a cup of tea, the session is about to kickstart. Now, without further ado, I'll just introduce some house rules. Perhaps if you're new here and you might be looking for the lavatories, towards my right, there's a door right there. Once you exit the auditorium, you'll find the lavatories exactly there. Apart from that, I won't be chairing today's session, but I'll be around in terms of the Q&As. I just want to welcome the chair of the 3rd day's session. And she goes by the name Immaculate Nyaugo. I'm trying to spot her in the room. Immaculate Nyaugo, she takes care of advocacy and communication for nutrition at the Division of Nutrition. I think she should be coming in just but a few. So I'll hold forth for her. There she is. She told me she's not one for many titles. I'm sorry I dropped the titles on you. It's okay. Okay, welcome. Karibu sana. Let's clap for her, at least.
Thank you. Thank you so much, MC Jesse. Good morning. Good morning, colleagues. All protocols observed. Good morning. Thank you. Thank you for responding. I think it's a wonderful opportunity for us to be here this day. We can't take it for granted. And therefore, I would request if we could have a word of prayer. And MC, if you have a microphone, you will support us. Or you would pray for us.
We want. There we go. Let's have a word of prayer.
I request that we stand while we pray so that we honor God.
Okay, let's pray. Mighty Father, we come before you this morning, giving you praise and glory, thanking you for letting us see this day. As we gather for the 3rd and final day of this first national symposium, may you give us the knowledge that is needed to perhaps impact the lives of the millions of children around the country from a policy level up to an implementation level. And as we finish, all praise and glory shall be to your name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Thank you so much for that wonderful commitment that we have towards God. I would like to welcome each and every one of us who found opportunity to come to Safari Park and be able to enter into this hall. We want to thank you and we want to congratulate even the offices that you come from, because we can't take it for granted that you were released from your office to come here. We want to welcome our online participants who are able to join us today morning. Today is a very great day, greatest, because whatever you start needs to have an impacting conclusion. And so today we want to come to the close of this symposium, and we want to close with a bang. If we don't do it with a bang, then, because I always remember how we start and how we end. Whatever happens in between, as adults we don't remember. We only remember the conclusion. What were the issues that we carried home? So it is very important that we listen very attentively, articulating the issues that we need to address, that we need to carry, that should take us forward in the complementary feeding. MC Jesse, could you define for us winning?
Well, I never thought the question would be flipped on me. Let's see, winning. Nasi kushinda ile, okay, winning. I think it's the process. It happens around 6 months or so. You can tell I haven't experienced it, but I hear it happens after 6 months where the lady, okay.
Stop there. Thank you very much for trying.
Thank you
very much for trying, because I really wanted to pick it from there. Okay. Because we are here, we have ideas, we have information, we have what we want to carry home. So, we came here to address complementary feeding, which is feeding of children 6 months and above. And I'm looking into the room. I don't want, I'm in charge of communication for nutrition. I don't want to mix issues. I'm looking for either Mary Kimani, Laura, Nyauncho. Is there any of the three that I have called? If you are out, I had seen Laura. I want Laura to come and help me define winning and complementary feeding. And we really have to be very clear. And I request, let us listen and listen carefully. Laura Kige, Mary Kimani, who else? Alice Wanjiro, Esther Mogusu. Wow. Those are 4 people. They are not here. They are not here. This issue is very dear to my heart. Very dear to my heart. And I would like MIYCN, one of the MIYCN team lead, to be the one taking the responsibility. Somebody look for Laura Kige. Laura Kige is somewhere out there. And as we look for Laura Kige to come and define for us what winning is, I would like to make some observations. Somebody who had an issue which actually ticked you, an issue. Laura Kige, thank you for coming. Come. You are going to come here, unfortunately, because we are promoting complementary feeding. We also want to know what is winning. After you have defined winning, please let us know the definition of complementary feeding. We have to be very clear. Very clear, please ask even the question after you are finished, whether you understood. I'm in charge of communication, and communication means that you should be able to say what I have said and not report what I have not said. Kindly. I'll give you that time. Thank you. I'm here to help.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that question. I just would want to say that complementary feeding is the giving of a child other foods in addition to breast milk that should start when a child is six months old, that is about 180 days old, and should continue on for the duration that that child is breastfeeding. 2 years is a recommended minimum duration of breastfeeding, but we always recommend that you do breastfeeding for 2 years and beyond. So if you continue breastfeeding and then you're adding other foods, then you continue complementary feeding the baby. Weaning is a time now when you start putting the baby off the breasts. So you continue feeding the baby on other foods, but now you're putting the baby off the breasts. So by the time you finish, the baby is 2 years and beyond, sometimes 3 years, sometimes 2.5 years, and then you are stopping to breastfeed your baby, then you talk of you're weaning the baby off the breasts. Am I clear? I'm following instructions. Thank you.
Thank you for taking the shortest time possible, and apologies, because I didn't want to talk on behalf. Are we clear? Are we clear? Somebody can say what you have understood. What is winning? MC Jesse, what is winning?
Well, of course I was listening. It's the process between, I had 6 months to 2 years trying to remove the baby from relying solely on breast milk. And I had asked that question a little bit earlier. So you give them a little bit of solid foods. So I understand that part. I hope I got it right.
Okay, thank you. I would like to repeat. Yeah. Weaning is the transitioning from breast milk to solely depend on other foods. And the policy, the reason why I call Dora, because she defends the policy, and in government, the government of Kenya policy states that it should start 24 months and above. While complementary feeding is the introduction of other foods apart from breast milk. Apart from breast milk, and should start at least 180 days after birth, 6 months. Are we clear? This thing, I used to take care of MIYCN those days when I was growing up. And I used to get my blood stops when somebody says that you are winning. It was said here yesterday, and I heard it. It is something which I can never miss to hear. When somebody says winning, I ask myself, how old is your baby? So that, let us start from there. I always congratulate that at least you know that your baby needs food. At least you know. But at what age? It is very critical. Thank you. I'd like to get at least 3 issues that made you happy yesterday. Somebody, maybe the first 3 hands. Just a recap. The first 3 hands. The first 3 hands. It can be something you want explained, or something, an observation that made you happy. Thank you. Go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Esther from Helen Keller. One of the things that made me really happy yesterday was one of the oral presentations from a lady from Nairobi University about giving cows blood, bovine, to children under 5 to improve their hemoglobin level. That was really interesting.
Wow, that was great. Did we hear that? The people who who were not in the panel where she was, that she was able to have intervention with cow's blood, dried cow's blood, and the HB levels were increased. Thank you. Another one?
Hello. Good morning, everyone. I'm Janet from Kakamega. What made me happy yesterday was the announcement that with effect from 28th of May, bottles are going to be banned. However, I need some clarification on that announcement because there were different interpretations. In our medical group, people are asking, is it that the bottles have been banned, or is it that the labeling is what is being controlled? So maybe we just need some clarification on that.
Thank you for that. We shall have clarification on that. Yes, we got to note that some media reports came out yesterday. I was able to even to watch, and that is the reason why I'm asking that if you are able to see something that needs clarification, please let us know. We have taken note of that and would like to clarify that when at least we shall be maybe our house full, kindly, if you don't mind. The last one, this side. Ama hii upande wa huku hatukusoma jana. Ama hatukusomeshwa. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Florence from Migori County. What impressed me yesterday was from the oral presentation. I can't remember which organization, but it is a project for human-centered design for social behavior change communication. And what impressed me is the approach they are using as they are implementing. They're continuously learning in the process and proposing or even designing strategies that can work, that is family-led. It is an approach that requires the family, you do dialogue with the family and you decide what works for them. And especially focusing on the male. And of course, I believe there are even recommendations that will help us even improve male involvement, which is now the key in the next steps we are going to do in nutrition advocacy and even education. The main thing should be focusing on male involvement, and especially for the ASAL regions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Florence. That was very insightful information that they were able to identify issues at household level, individual level, and able to work on it together so that it was impactful. We take so many things for granted until it gets disconnected. So I continue welcoming those who are coming in. Kindly come, find yourself a seat, because we are going to have our next presenter who is going to take us through the discussion for today. The next presenter is a friend, a very great friend from very long time, and this is none other than Dr. Mabel Mwale. Mary Mabel Mwale holds a PhD in food science and nutrition. She is currently the head of food policy unit in the Ministry of Agriculture. I have to read this. Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock, Fisheries, and Cooperatives. I hope she will not hold me that I didn't say it in full. She told me. So Mary Mwale, just a minute. Sorry, a phone call came. Mary Mwale has a career focusing on food and nutrition security policy. I hope she will tell us why we are hungry in some parts. Her professional competencies include policy analysis, policy formulation, policy advocacy, and in the area of food and nutrition security. She is committed to making positive impact wherever she is, whatever she is doing, wherever she lives, and ensuring that she is preventing and alleviating human suffering for health and socio-economic impact in society. I want to welcome Mary Mwale to take us through the plenary on food system actions and their impact on caring practices. I would like to welcome Mary, and as she comes, could we give her a clap? Round of applause.
Okay, thank you very much, Immaculate. All guests who are here present, all protocols observed. As you heard, my name is Dr. Mary Mwale. I specialize in nutrition, food security, and nutrition issues. So I'm with the Ministry of Agriculture. I'm the head of food security unit, not policy unit. We have also a policy unit. So thank you very much for inviting us to come and make a presentation that relates to nutrition. There is no nutrition without talking about food. So you have to have the food, and then you can begin to talk about what happens to the food that you ingest. So if I could just start, I'm going to focus, my presentation is going to focus on the food systems approach to nutrition with emphasis on maternal, infant, and young child nutrition. So next slide, please. So by way of introduction, I would just like to indicate that there is currently urgent need to transform our food systems which are geared towards promoting healthy diets and healthy living. So programming for NCDs is known to begin earlier than when it is detected. So food systems have a big impact on what we are talking about today. So policies geared towards preventing or cutting food-related health problems are important, and farmers and private sector actors make a very big difference, particularly in relation to the amount of food that we produce, and also at the higher value chain levels, the ingredients in food that may be harmful that we may ingest. So you realize that we require a multi-sectoral approach to be able to address issues of food that impact our health, nutritional health. So as we talk about food, we note that globally, nearly 800 million people are considered to be obese. And 40 million people globally, 40 million children are also obese. On the flip side, nearly 820 million people suffer from some form of micronutrient deficiency. and 1 in 3 children is malnourished in developing countries. So we know that in some parts of Africa, where we have a lot of issues concerning drought, diseases, displacements, low economic status, we see that malnutrition seems to be increasing as much, but it has actually increased by more than 20%. So in the recent decades, we have noted that there's been a gradual shift away from our seasonal, natural foods, which are high in fiber, to highly refined foods. This is a result of globalization, urbanization, growth in income, change of diet and lifestyle. We are more sedentary. We are changing, we are emulating other people's diet. We are moving away from our ethnic foods. Urbanization is making us leave our farming, our place where we produce food, to depending on the markets. And also globalization is introducing new foods that are not familiar to us, and our tastes have been affected. So we see that in urban areas, because of the busy lifestyles, people have very little time allocated for food choices and preparation. So we are depending more on fast foods, street vended foods, and also takeaway meals, which are supplied to our homes. Recently, these days, you just need to use your mobile phone and food arrives. So we see that unhealthy habits have been blamed for, unhealthy food habits have been blamed for the onset of metabolic diseases. These are diseases that are such as diabetes, heart diseases, and some cancers that are developed after later in life, that may have started at a time when it was silent and you may not have noticed. We are also seeing that if you eat food that is high in starch, too much starch, sugar, fats, and too much salt, and if this is combined with a sedentary lifestyle, then you are setting yourself for obesity and other non-communicable diseases that are related to that. So in spite of that, we are complaining about too much food, and at the same time, we also complain about deprivation of food to some communities. Some people do not have food to eat, so they are hungry. So when we have non-communicable diseases because of the food that we have consumed, we see that the cost of management goes up. And globally, it is estimated that over $2 trillion is used to manage non-communicable diseases. In fact, half of the diseases that are managed at the health facility level, most of them are related to non-communicable diseases related to food, poor food choices. So next. So in relation to maternal nutrition, we see that good maternal, infant and young child nutrition lays the foundation for normal growth, development, and survival. So through the food systems approach, we can be able to identify where food, specific foods can emanate, and what happens to food that drives our conditions. So the food system approach assesses the linkages between the value chain activities, what happens from production to the fork, and the institutional networks involved with human nutrition. How does it finally affect you? So what the farmer is currently doing at the farm level, where 80% of our population is engaged, is affecting you who is sitting here, the food that is being served in this hotel. So the food system also will provide a basis for strategies and pathways to improve nutrition, enhancing sustainability of agricultural production, poverty reduction, and enhancing socioeconomic development. So we need to understand food systems to be able to understand where problems emanate and where solutions lie. So this figure there shows the food systems framework approach to nutrition security. So if you look at that figure, this is an interaction of mainly 5 factors. We have biophysical and environmental drivers, which mainly affect all the value chain activities and the food environment in which food is produced. We have innovation and research, which affects value chain activities and also the food environment in terms of what is produced and availed to our tables, or what lands on our fork for consumption. We have the political and economic drivers, where policies determine, and these policies and decision determines what is going to be available, how much is going to be available to you, and what you have to pay, the cost you have to pay to be able to consume. So it affects the food environment, it affects production, and also it affects consumer behavior in terms of what you choose to eat, what is available to you, and even sometimes some cultural aspects. We also have sociocultural drivers which determine our consumer behaviors. What is consumed within the household? How is the food distributed within the household? Who prepares food? Who is served first? What do you consume and what don't you consume? And finally, we also have demographic drivers. Like yesterday, we saw that large families versus small families, the distribution of food affects their health status, nutritional status. So all this will affect the diet, what is finally served to all of us. So, and the outcome is your nutritional status in terms of your economic development, and also in terms of the cost of life, in terms of the challenges you're going to deal with in terms of diseases. So managing the food systems environment is very important to ensure that the food that you're taking is right. So generally, the food that you should be taking should be safe. First of all, the food should be safe so that it does not impact health problems onto you. It should be sufficient in that you require enough quantities to keep you going as an individual. That is ensuring that it has necessary nutrients and nutrient balance, not too much, not too little. It should be secure. Anytime you need it, you will also be able to get it. And how it is produced should be sustainable. You need food today, tomorrow, and even moving forward for the future of our children. And then the food must be nutritious for everyone. So the way the food is distributed, the processing process, the packaging process, the way it's presented to you matters. So in the food systems, we emphasize the production, and also we look at the processing and trade practices. We also look at the stocks that we have. For instance, in the Ministry of Agriculture, we are concerned with producing food. When we don't produce enough, in time we ensure that the deficit is imported, so that there is no gap in terms of what is required for you to consume. And then the food should be accessible in that the price of the food is offered should be convenient for households to access. So next, please. So looking at that framework, we see that a better understanding of the causes of dietary causes for different population groups will be important. How does the distribution of food and allocation of food at family level concern you? And how does it present, how does it impact on your health? The environment and cultural factors influencing the food production and processing and utilization are also very important. We also see that from the framework, Producers have a role to play. What they produce impacts our health. It's either good for us or it's also a start of problems. Traders, what they avail, they are the ones who move food from wherever it has been produced up to where it is being consumed. And then we have processors. What they do, the changes they put on our food. I've indicated that the foods are changing from natural form, some of them for convenience, for ease of use, but some of the processing, much as it's convenient, may end up presenting problems to you later. You'll find that sometimes for food, because we produce excess seasonally, we might have to preserve the food. So we may use sugar, we may use salt, we may use heat to process the food. At the end of the day, what is presented to you is not what was actually produced. So that also is very important. And also policymakers, the policies they pass affect the way we get the food that you are consuming at your table. So, in terms of understanding the role of all of these actors on the food, along the food value chain, it may explain sometimes at family level the choices they make may provide answers to some of the onset of the nutrition-related challenges that they face in future. For instance, cancers. If you were eating contaminated food, you might find that later in life you begin to pay the price of eating contaminated food, either by choice or out of ignorance of what you are consuming. Next. So I want to tackle a cohort group by cohort group. When you look at the nutritional status of mothers, in terms of nutrition, their status is, the nutritional status of mothers will affect the milk they produced and the child care giving practices. So mothers will require support to be able to produce adequate milk, particularly to feed the child. First of all, when she's pregnant, she has to eat enough. Whether it is a teenage pregnancy or it's an adult mother, their nutrition needs to be looked at. So they need support to be able to ensure that the pregnancy outcome is the desired outcome and nutritional. The household members must always stand with the mother to ensure that she's able to produce enough food for the child. When you look at the table, you're expecting your food, but the baby looks at the mother for the food that she needs. So also mothers who are either pregnant or breastfeeding, they do not need to be overworked because work consumes energy. So if you divide the energy that you have with the demands of the child, the labor and child, you'll find that the mother's nutritional status may go down. So mothers who are not well nourished, they do not receive good nutrition at the time when they are breastfeeding, or when they are pregnant, you'll find that they'll have to pay the price with their own bodies. They lose the nutritional balance will be affected. So workload should be reduced by either introducing technology and helping out as long as she's breastfeeding or during the lactation period. So you need adequate time for the mother to feed her child. But that does not mean that she should not be active. She should be active, but the workload should not be too much, such that it compromises the nutrients and amount of energy that she needs to be able to feed the child. So we see that breast milk is highly demanded before and after 6 months, but the child nutrient gaps widens with time. So dietary diversity and the nutrient-dense foods are very important for the mother at this time. So additional nutrient sources should be sought to eliminate the temptation to switch to supplements. Most of the time, if you don't feed your child well, or the family is not fed well, then you'll have to revert to nutritional supplements. So that is a last resort in very acute circumstances. But normally, to be able to grow healthy, you need to utilize natural food sources. So the temptation to use supplements comes when there is no adequate nutrition in the family. So try to avoid that because it introduces you to high levels of micronutrients, sometimes toxicities at an early age. So next is the infant nutrition. This is a period of rapid growth and development, and activity level of the child is increasing. So when the child becomes active, at first she's just, he or she is not very active, so they spend very little energy. But as they grow, they spend more energy, and apart from breast milk, they need to eat more. However, their capacity is low, so they'll need to eat more frequently. So you'll find that a child's food may begin from just a spoon to 2 spoons to 3 spoons before you start giving a bowl. So it may not have significant impact on the family's budget unless you are employing different channels of feeding the child. So during this period, variety is key. You need to ensure that the child meets the minimum nutritional requirements. So we see that in Kenya, only 80% of the children are not getting adequate nutrition at the time when complementary feeding begins. So complementary food should provide adequate energy in terms of what carbohydrates are provided, protein, fat, and micronutrients. So that whatever you are providing is supposed to be in addition to the breastfeeding, the gaps, the energy that is not, and nutrients that are not obtained from breastfeeding. Caregivers, mother support should be continued during this period to access nutrients that are required by the child. Next. So to achieve good nutrition goals, it is more cost effective to prevent malnutrition in children than to start treating malnutrition for children who are already malnourished. So as much as possible in feeding the children, try to integrate nutrition needs of the child into the family foods. This will be more cost effective. You will not feel the cost. But if you try to make special meals, you kind of set aside because they require very little food. There will be a lot of wastage, and also the cost of procuring food separately from what the family is eating will also be high. So generally stick within the kind of foods that are eaten with the family, because the family that lives together dines together. Many times, however, you'll find that the kind of problems you develop in the family because you eat together might also be the same. You'll find that does diabetes run in your family? Is there hypertension in your family? Or is malnutrition in your family? So generally that happens because the family is dining together. But as much as you are following the family meals, ensure that the nutrient provision for the child, for children in the family is balanced. So studies have shown that stunting begins way early, within the first 2 years of life. So this is the period of time where nutrition for these children should be highest, should be observed. So homegrown solutions are the best for achieving good nutrition. So don't go out. You can make sure that you produce food at home. But when you have to buy, ensure that you are looking for foods that are contain the necessary nutrients that you are looking for the family. So select wisely for the child to ensure that there are no challenges for the child. So next. So this is just a pictorial representing what you require to feed, the source of foods for the mother, child, and family. So especially for the child, when you're mixing food for the child, you can source foods from what you can see there to ensure that the child gets adequate nutrition. Most of the time, sugar and salt should be delayed in a child's meal, particularly because when they develop the sweet tooth, they begin to have those habits, and later in life it affects their health. So that's just a representation of some of the foods that may be easily accessible that you can integrate and have them in your child's food. Next. So here we have the sustainable nutrition goals First, it is cheaper to prepare your own food than buying prepackaged ultra-processed food in the market. Children eat very small quantities of food, and it is also cheaper to stick to the family selection of food or their food preferences. Use locally available technologies to save on time, money, and energy for the mother. For instance, you can adopt kitchen gardening. You'll produce your own safe vegetables and also fruits for the family, especially for the child, so that extraneous components in food that may affect the health of the child, you can actually are within your control. You can use irrigation farming, small-scale irrigation farming, to produce fresh foods for your family at the kitchen garden level. You can also employ strategies such as soaking food so that you don't use so much energy and the cost of producing food is cheap and therefore easier to provide for your family. Also blend at home foods other than going for foods that are already blended and processed and presented to you. So the next one is minimizing foods with high sugar, high salt, trans fats, and saturated fats at an early age, even for the entire family. The moment you start overconsumption of sugar, fat, salt, and saturated fats, then you begin to introduce problems to your family. That's why I say that as a family, what you consume together shapes all of you. So ensure that you maintain habits that will provide good health and program your system to be healthy and minimize the cost of visiting hospitals in your family. So the last one is on if you buy food, it is important to know the source of the food. Food should be chemical-free. Select clean foods that have no foreign matter. So appropriate complementary feeding is not just about the food quality, but look out for undesirable quality or properties on food. There are some children, when they are feeding on their mother, they are quite safe. But the moment you start introducing complementary foods, you'll find that children, even sometimes, in very it can be a tragedy when a child is introduced to winning foods and within 5 years they are diagnosed with maybe cancer, or maybe early teenage years they are diagnosed with sugar problems, or they begin to show diabetes at obesity at a very early age. So it's very important. When buying ready-to-eat baby foods, look out for assurances of the quality mark and the nutrient quality, like the fortification mark. Processing reduces the quality of food. So fortification is a solution to ensure that some of the nutrients lost are put back into the food. So ensure that you look out for these marks, read labels to ensure that the food that you're buying for the child or maybe providing for your family is quality food. So avoid foods with mycotoxins, avoid foods that are seen to have pesticides residues, avoid introducing chemicals into the system of your children at an early age, because these are setting a pace for other problems later in life. So you can look out for the fortification mark. In Kenya, we have a public health intervention to increase the zinc and iron component in wheat, in flours, and also to increase vitamin A in oils. So, and also the diamond mark of the Kenya Bureau of Standards gives you an assurance that the food is safe and it has the nutrients, maximum nutrients. We know sometimes they may not sometimes there might be lapses, but generally that's an assurance that the food is good for your consumption. Next. So with that, I would like to end there. And what I just want to emphasize is that our food system is so complex, but it's able to provide a diversity of foods for you and your children, the caregivers. Ensure that you choose wisely and present the most appropriate nutritious foods for your family for a better health and economic development of our country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mary, for that well-elaborated info. I request that we all stand up. We have been sitting for the last 30 minutes. It is my wish that we be physically active. Let's all stand up. Because I'm just going to take only 1 minute while you're standing up, just to reiterate what Mary has just told us. Thank you very much, Dr. Mary, for giving us those insights. Mary has told us about how to make food choices, how to choose. I hope we will leave here knowing how to choose our foods, including the restaurant. Let us know how to choose our food for a healthier, positive living. She also told us how the mother's nutritional status is everything to a family, to a community, to the population, and finally to a well-grounded economic growth for the country. She has really enlightened us on how we can be able to achieve feeding of our babies. We came here just to learn and to share about how well we can feed our babies and how to eat. I like the fact that, Mary, thank you so much for telling us that the way the child eats at family level, let it be like a household. It is not food for the baby, dining for the baby, and us we eat here. I tell you, one day, a 4-year-old commented in a family where I was sitting that I eat every day. In other words, the parents are not eating, ni yeye tu, because the boy had never seen the parents eating. They have their place for eating, they have their time for eating, the parents come late, they have never seen, nobody eats in that house except the boy. So it is, thank you for reminding us. Homegrown, wow. I liked the fact that whatever we need to feed our babies on needs to come from the family pot. I am sure that any given time, we don't just all buy our food. Some of them we can get from behind the backyard. So thank you, and now we can have a seat. 1 minute is over. Okay, I would like to welcome questions and answers. If you want, very short, maybe we take like 5 minutes to clarify, because time is not on our side. And I would welcome MC Jesse to take us through that.
All right, so let's reflect on the previous plenary session we just had. Any questions, any comments would be highly appreciated. Perhaps just raise your hand wherever you are. I can see one hand there. Let's get a mic to the good lady. Someone else perhaps, one more. And there we have it. It seems that side is a little bit relaxed. Most hands are coming from this side. Kuna mkono yo upande? Well, I think they listened attentively, perhaps. Let's get the 2 questions. You can go ahead, madam. Kindly stand up, if you could.
Good morning, everyone. This is Cynthia from Turkana County. Mine is not really a question, but just something I raise, that MIYSN issues in ASAL counties are really complex. I know we have information how we need to feed the children and everything, but then in ASAL county, specifically, let me talk about Turkana, MIYSN is really very complex. When we talk of the locally available foods, what is available even locally? Most of these foods are not even available. So when you talk of using the locally available foods, it's a challenge still. When we talk of diversity, even the varieties that we just saw being shown there. Then yesterday when we were in the other groups, Migori County presented a very good case where the mother-to-mother support groups, the 126 mothers, each of them had a home garden in their homestead. I was like, wow, that is very great. In some counties, like in our county, that is just a dream, because water in itself is a problem. Water that is available is only for cooking and drinking. Even bathing is a luxury, remember that. So most of these issues are really so complex that when we talk of MIYC, and we need to remember that there are some counties that may not be able to meet all that. But we know county governments have a role to play, maybe in provision of water for these families, maybe in making sure that the markets can be able to provide the basic things that are required. And remember also that, like in these counties, the multidimensional poverty is really very high. Like in Turkana, the multidimensional poverty is at 86%. Household food insecurity is really so chronic. That's why we usually have very high levels of malnutrition. So when we talk of MIYC, maybe in a county like Kiambu, Machakos, where we have cases of obesity, for us, we are more of wasted, we are more of underweight because of reasons that are really so critical. Thank you.
Well, thanks for that question. Definitely showing the different circumstances in each and every county. I'm sure she's taken note of that comment and what you've raised. The other gentleman, kindly go ahead. Let's get him a mic on that side.
Okay, my name is John Mutuku from Machakos County, and thank you, Dr. Mary, for the presentation on food systems. There is something that has come up in the presentation on mycotoxins and chemical residue. This is one of the challenges in food systems, and I wanted to know what are the measures that have been undertaken so far to ensure that the food that most of us are taking is safe, and more so for under 5s and pregnant and lactating mothers. Thank you.
Thanks for that. Well noted. One more question at the back right there.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Mary, for that presentation. And also thank you to Cynthia for that question. My comment, is it a question? I think it's a question to us. I'm listening to what Cynthia said about the issues of MIYCN and food in the ASAL areas. And as an MIYCN practitioner, I'm also thinking about the window of opportunity, the first 1,000 days, and thinking how circumstances will be unforgiving for the children also in Turkana and all the other ASAL counties. And thinking about food systems, I just would like you to speak to what innovations, what needs to be done, because that child in Turkana County and in the Pokot North and in all the Samburus and the Marsabit, where it is so dry, that child too counts. So I would love that we hear probably and continue to learn what needs to be done differently. Now that in Turkana, I'll keep referring to that, even bathing, water for bathing becomes a luxury, yet the first 1,000 days is the first 1,000 days for every child. What in the food systems needs to be done differently? Thank you.
Okay, thanks for that question. We had a couple of hands on this side as well. Okay, you can proceed. Briefly.
Thank you. I just want to pick some from online.
Yes,
Can
sure. Yeah, definitely.
The presenter, I hope we are able to note that there's an online query. The Jane Jenga says that how can a consumer know that food has chemical residues in a market setting? Secondly, the second question is, how can we control foods with pesticide from reaching the market? Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. And we still appreciate the comments and the questions from our online viewers. Let's have the two questions quite briefly. We'll start with the lady at the back, then you can finish off.
Thank you very much. My name is Esther. I don't have a question, but I have two comments. One is the gender issues around the food system, and thanks, Mary, for the good presentation. While we are looking at the Women Empowerment in Agriculture Index, because within agriculture we are looking at the food system, the component of workload and time saving is a key one, because as we are working to empower women, we are trying to push them to the upper nodes of the value chain so they are spending less energy or also profiting more, because we know 70% along the value chain, the labor is provided by women. And therefore, as we are working towards that, I think we need to be cognizant of the fact that there is the energy that is needed, and also the time that Mary has talked very well. So I think this is something that we need to really focus and support the women so they use as less energy, so they have more for their maternal needs, for breastfeeding, and also for their own health, including resting. So the other interesting thing, thanks Cynthia for what you've just said. This year, Ethiopia developed the food, dietary-based food guidelines. And the other thing they did is they took it a notch higher, because we have the country dietary food-based guidelines, but they did develop specific ones for the pastoral region. Why? Because there are all the peculiarities that Cynthia has talked about, and we see this in Kenya. The northern part, the pastoralists are disproportionately affected by wasting and all that. So I think as a country, it's probably as we're getting into the food system research or area, we need to be plan or have a way of, as we are developing the food guidelines, because when we are talking about the 5 food groups, we are telling women to consume a minimum of 5 out of the 10. The markets in the ASAL areas probably don't have that. The fruit and vegetable consumption is very low. Why? One, because it's very expensive, and it's because it's not available in those. So I think as a country, as a takeaway, we may want to think about how do we develop pastoralist setting specific food guidelines that speak to them, that appreciate that water is a luxury to shower, while in some places it rains every day. So I think it's just a comment for that. Thank you.
Well, thanks for that comment. Proper observations to spur the thinking right here. Let's get one more from the lady. Kindly stand up.
Thank you. Can you hear me? I have a question and a comment. My question is based on what Jane Jenga has already noticed online about the safety of the food system in terms of chemicals. And I'm also concerned, and I just want to give an example. We have something that is used in agriculture called Roundup. And a lot of farmers, it's a weed killer or a herbicide. Those who are in agriculture can tell us more about it. And a lot of farmers are using that instead of manual weeding, because they find it faster to just spray the weeds, and then they don't have to actually do the physical weeding. So this is being done, for example, the maize belt. If you see where maize is grown from Kitale right up to Trans Nzoia, right into Kapenguria, the southern part of West Pokot, maize is being grown with almost zero spacing, which means that a lot of Roundup is being used. Roundup is being used for the green leafy vegetables that we are being told to consume. And one time I actually experienced this. I was sitting somewhere, my hair was being done, and then a lady came in the salon and asked another lady, oh, do you have a vegetable in your garden? I need some vegetables in the house. And this lady said, oh, I'm so sorry, I've put Roundup, and therefore I cannot sell you the vegetables right now. Of course, I was in shock that it's even being used for vegetables. So all of us who are sitting here could easily be eating those nutritious green leafy vegetables, but they are already chemically contaminated. Roundup is actually prohibited. It's not used in some countries because it is known to promote cancer. So I don't know what can be done because this needs to be done at a higher level. Roundup, I think, if it's proven to be cancerous, should not be sold in the market.
Okay.
Then my comment on, there's quite a bit that has been said about the pastoralists, the balanced diet, the vegetables, inadequate water. One thing which I've not quite heard about is drying of food in those areas because there's a lot of sunshine and there's limited food. And I know for sure in areas like West Pokot, they are already distributing a lot of seed almost to all the households for them to grow, and they are really looking at solar drying. So I don't know to what extent in Turkana, at least solar drying could contribute. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that question and the observations as well. Dr. Mary, would you kindly take the stage so we can equally respond to those questions and the ones that were raised via the online platform as well, kindly.
So thank you very much for those many questions. It means you are listening, and food touches everyone. So the first question was from Turkana, about the aridity of Turkana and the challenges of accessing food, particularly fresh foods. So this is understood. As we sit here, we even have representatives from the National Drought Management Authority. So as government has recognized the special circumstances of the arid areas, and for this purpose, a special program has been established to just look into the challenges in terms of availing water, availing food, development aspects that need to be looked at in those areas. So while we are at it, okay, all the ministries are coordinated to work together in those areas to support the food access and other development issues. So in terms of availing food, we know there are challenges, but within the programs of ending emergencies and crises in these areas, we have a focus on promoting market integration in these areas, promoting kitchen gardening, irrigation farming, and also infrastructure. Sometimes you may ask, what does a road have to do with my nutrition? But a road means that a trader can be able to transport food from one point to another. You've seen what has happened in Marsabit. After the road was completed, now food can freely flow into Marsabit. They can get more fresh foods than they were getting before. Turkana Road is almost being completed. The traders and farmers can easily access the market. We know there are remote areas, but there are programs that look at special circumstances in those areas to try and support people who live in those areas to reduce the severity of the situation they are in. So this is understood. We cannot change the aridity of the area, but there are many, many programs. Depending on the different sectors, they are being tackled from different corners. So market integration is key to avail food. Irrigation is also key, and infrastructure development. I also saw, I've been to Turkana, and I saw that for the school meals program, for every child, for every mother who has a child in a school where they know there's food, when it is tea break, they run there with children. They sit at the gate and wait. When the food is being served, they release the children, they run, they take porridge, and they come back and they go home. Because that's the only surest way of making sure that they have food, particularly in the very remote areas. So more needs to be done, but something is being done in terms of government approaches and policies for development and ensuring food security in the arid and semi-arid areas, not just Turkana, but even the entire northeastern region. So the other one was on the issue of mycotoxins. Mycotoxins residues, how would you know what is being done? So government has been looking, as within the Ministry of Agriculture, particularly issues concerning aflatoxins. We have already developed standards and regulations in terms of which are supposed to be followed by the processors and manufacturers on what standard of foods to place on the shelves for consumers who depend on the market. There's also rigorous education going on with farmers in all counties, sensitizing them and building their capacity to control mycotoxins. So household farmers are sensitized, but there may be lapses, but there's continuous monitoring and surveillance to see that mycotoxins do not appear, whether on the shelves. You saw about 4 months ago, one of the millers, their flour had to be pulled out of the shelves because of detection of mycotoxins. You also saw Kenya stopping inflows of maize as much as we need them from Uganda and Tanzania because of mycotoxins. So something is being done, there are controls in place, unless maybe there are other informal ways of people bringing in the contaminated produce. But generally, government is aware, and we have regulators in place who are every day looking at all that. So on issues of pesticides and chemicals, we have any pesticides that are used in the country, they have to be registered through the Pest Control and Products Board. So the Pest Control and Products Board is supposed to ensure that any chemicals that are being used by farmers is approved for use in the country. And there are also guidelines and trainings for safe use. So we know that sometimes farmers, because of what they know, maybe they want to make more money, they may use excessive of this. But education, through education, we have sensitized them, and they are able to control the use of pesticide. Sometimes you might see that in the market you find a product is displayed and it has residues on it. So that may not give you the guarantee that the product is safe. So if you can avoid products that seem to have pesticides on it. That's why we said also, this involves the cooperation of both the producer, the trader, and the consumers. The producer has to take responsibility of keeping everyone safe. The trader has to do the same, and the consumer has also to be on the lookout for this. So we have the Pest Control Board of Kenya. We have KEFIS, Kenya Plant Health Inspectorate Service Agency, and also we have Agriculture and Food Authority, which are also constantly looking that standards are kept, and legislation is enforced where possible. If you are found culpable, then you can be charged in a court of law for contaminating food. So what innovations need to be done for economic empowerment of women, or economic empowerment? What innovations need to be done to ensure that food is accessible? We know food can be expensive in some areas because we don't have equal economic potential to access different types of food that we need. But different programs need to be started for economic empowerment. We have seen that in many instances, government has tried to introduce programs for the youth and for women, and also groups to try and see how they can start income-generating activities to put money in their pocket so that they can be able to empower them to access their needs, including food. So I can't say much in that, but economic empowerment programs are key to ensuring that food systems and food accessibility is equal for all. And also, above all, we also need to ensure that there is market integration for the deficit areas and the surplus areas. For instance, for grains, the government has put up NCPB depots in all the counties. And counties are supposed to ensure that those depots have stocks of food that they can feed their people. So there are many measures the government has put in So it's a question of implementers being able to do their work. So the duty bearers should be able to ensure that they do what is necessary, and the necessary policies and legislations in place are enforced and are working. Jen Jeng also came up with a question on how can a consumer know food has chemical residues. How can a consumer know that food has chemical residues? So you can observe, but generally there's assurance that government is taking care of that through the approval of the type of chemicals that are used. Some of the chemicals that you are mentioning that are not supposed to be used, if a chemical has been banned elsewhere, even in Kenya, it has also been banned. So we don't allow chemicals which have been banned elsewhere to be used here. So if you want, you can go to the PCB, Pest Control and Products Board website. You'll see what chemicals have been approved. But the responsibility also lies on the, as I said, on the farmer and the traders. The value chain actors, what are you using? Where did you get it from? Because there's legislation and regulations. If you're found using a chemical that has been banned, definitely the necessary legal measures will be taken against you. So that, I said, is already being there's a whole institution dedicated to just monitoring the kind of pesticides we are using. And not just in Kenya, even in the region. We are starting a mutual recognition practice whereby chemicals which are approved in Uganda or Tanzania or any other part within the East African region are also recognized for approval here. If they are banned in Kenya, you'll also not find them in the region. So once that works, that will be okay. So the next one is on the energy saving. That was on a component that was a comment that was taken. And then we are talking about dietary guidelines for pastoralists. I think we have a lot of pastoralist program. If you go to the arid and semi-arid areas, most agencies are camping there, trying to assist because of the understanding of the situation that these populations are in. So different sectors work according to the unique context in those areas. And then the last one, I don't want to keep, okay, there are other technologies such as preserving foods so that they can be used or maybe accessed by people living in those areas that are deprived of fresh foods. So there are a lot of technologies which can be used, and you can contact the Agri-Nutrition unit in the Ministry of Agriculture. Is supposed to assist farmers in how to preserve foods. Processors can also learn how to process nutrient-rich foods. We already have regulations and legislation in place for enriching foods that also have low nutrient content. So I hear most of the comments that you have given. There are some where things a lot is being done, but there are also some where there are gaps you have noted and necessary action can be taken. For instance, the one of doing guidelines for pastoralists, dietary guidelines for pastoralists, that's a new thing. We have not heard of it, but now it has come on board and we may start looking at it as a group. So thank you very much. I hope I've answered some of your questions appropriately. Thank you.
Well, Dr. Mwale, thank you for taking your time and responding to the numerous questions and comments we had. And keep the interaction going. You can definitely see her side a little bit later on during tea in case you have a burning issue. That being said, and speaking of comments, let me cross over to the session chair just briefly. If we can get her mic so she can just take a look at what our online community is saying. Briefly.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity, and thank you so much, the online participants. We are so grateful that you are there. Comments, about 3 comments have come which I felt we need to understand. One of them is Lillian Mumina tells us that there is the hazard analysis critical control point management system in food safety, which is responsible for ensuring that food production, transportation, labeling is done in accordance with the set standards that promote safety and nutrition. Strengthening this would help us big time, especially reducing problems or infections that are related to this. She also says that it may be, also maybe we can develop guidelines on production standards for nutrition and food safety, share with agriculture, and urge on implementation on the ground level. So by that we shall be treating the root cause. Another comment is we need to be vocal on organic farming and do a lot on community awareness to create demand for organic farming. Then a final comment is under the 1 million kitchen garden initiative, there is solar drying and preservation of fruit and vegetables, which is currently being promoted under Minister of Agriculture. This is, we are told by Njeri Kabaji. The small-scale irrigation and value addition project is providing the kitchen garden kits to 21 counties and solar dryers. I hope you are in Turkana. Lillian also tells us that foods can be dried and still maintain the nutrient composition. This needs more awareness and support in the arid areas as we integrate the irrigation schemes. The drought and famine situation is unfortunately getting worse day by day. Most of our families might not have the advantage of waiting 3 months for the farm produce to mature. The roads and transport and communication are doing well in terms of connectivity infrastructure. Agriculture, health, and policies, we need to do more. Mass education is still a serious problem. Okay. Finally, Bill from Benson, you know, they keep coming. I had promised to be, 2 of them have come. Benson Maina tells us that building capacity around food system is much needed. And mass education is still needed. That cut across all levels of food system, not only at the production and processing level. Thank you very much.
All right, thanks. Thank you so much, Immaculate, for that. And we still appreciate the comments and the questions coming in from those who are following via the online platforms. Keep them coming. Equally, I'd want to appreciate the presence of the media in today's event. We definitely will get to clarify on a few issues a little bit later on, but we definitely appreciate the help you're giving us in getting the word out there. Now, if you could refer to your programs briefly, all to do with the next sessions we'll be having right after tea. Kindly refer to your programs for the food system oral presentations. For the breakout sessions, there are a couple of changes, and I just want to communicate clearly. There'll be a couple of changes. Number 1, for breakout session 1, that's on EF3. I hope we're together. SF1, SF4, SF9 and SF10, if you're referring to your programs. It's proper to note that SF11, that's the impact of generation, knowledge, and traditional cultural practices on complementary feeding practices in Navajo Sub-County, Kakamega County. I'm reading the number 5 under breakout 2. Now that SF11 will be joining the breakout 1 session, which will be held on the Samburu side. So the breakout 1 session rather, will be on the Samburu section on that particular side, and it will involve the 5 highlights. Well, as Immaculate said, there are things we take for granted, and when it happens, anyway, as I was saying, breakout 1, in terms of those groups that will be presenting, it will equally include SF11. That's proper to note. And for the breakout 2 session, as you can see, it will be 4 groups left under breakout 2 session. So we'll include what's written under the satellite session 4. to breakout 2. Is that noted? And the breakout 2, which will be meeting at the Savo side, we will have those 4 issues highlighted under SF5, SF6, SF7, and SF6 as well, and now finish up with OF1. The current salt iodization provides the iodine requirements for school-age children. In case of any clarification, feel free to reach out to either the MC or any of the planning committee members for that. Allow us to break for tea. We'll be back at, or rather before 11. Let's have settled down by 11 so we can continue with the next breakaway sessions. Thank you so much. Enjoy your cup of tea outside. Important. so.
Check, check 1, 2.
Yeah.
Check 2.
Check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Check. 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. Iko sawa? Oh. Hello. Check. 1, 2. Microphone testing. Yes.
msichana ameamua kuweka ikalanzie shote ati kuikala shote
Check 1 2 1 2. Mic check 1 2.
So hi everyone. I'm requesting for Dunston to avail himself, Martin Elima to come over here, and also Mary is already there. Brian is also coming there briefly, and then we begin. See you. Yeah. Hi everyone. May I take this opportunity to welcome each and every one of us to this particular breakout 2 session for another very insightful session that we are really looking forward to. And my name is Albert Wakoli, coming from University of Eastern Africa, Baraton. We shall have the first presenter, not as indicated on the program because of some adjustment. This is Brian, who is a project officer based in Turkana and has a wealth of experience. He holds a BSc degree in nutrition. He is coming to tell us on Enrich Project and county government, a strong link and partner to Ministry of Health and Ministry of Agriculture in addressing malnutrition in Gilmaraquette County. Welcome, Brian.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Brian. I don't know whether the presentation is up. I ask for apologies as we were waiting for the presentation. So as I've told you, my name is Brian. I'm a project officer, World Vision Kenya, based in Turkana. But I had the privilege of implementing Enrich Project, and I'll be presenting on Enrich Project addressing malnutrition in Gilmaraquette County through the food security approach. So what is Enrich Project? Enrich program, it's an acronym meaning Enhancing Nutrition Services to Improve Maternal and Child Health. This was a Canadian-funded project based to be implemented in 5 countries in Asia and Africa, whose ultimate goal was to contribute to the reduction of maternal and child mortality in targeted regions of the 5 countries in Asia and Africa. So in Asia, the countries were Bangladesh, Myanmar, and Pakistan, which phased out in 2018 because of political instability. And in Africa, the project or program was implemented in Tanzania and Kenya. Here in our country, Kenya, the project was implemented in Gilmaraquette County, and it was a 5-year project from May 2016 to September 2021, but the final project was submitted in December of last year. So why did we go to Gilmaraquette County? We went to Gilmaraquette County because of malnutrition indicators. Gilmaraquette County is an ASAL county, and malnutrition indicators there were so high. Like for instance, we had that 3.3% of stunting, which was way above the normal, the national average of 26%. 17.8% of the children there were underweight, which was again very way above the national average of 11%. And wasting was 5.3%. We had partners in Canada, and these were Nutrition International, Harvest Plus, and the in-country partners, because Harvest Plus don't have a mandate of operating in Kenya, they subcontracted Calro. So what are the roles of these partners shown there? So for Nutrition International, the main aim was to create an enabling environment that results in optimal implementation of the Enrich Project, and to use its evidence to advocate to key decision makers in government for the scale-up of an optimal mix of nutrition-specific and sensitive interventions to improve the health status of children. And now to the main agenda of today's presentation, that was CALRO, which was to do with biofortification component, or now the food security approach that we used. And lastly, the University of Toronto, which subcontracted Egerton University to do the monitoring and evaluation of the project. So here were the 3 main objectives of the project. Number 1 was to improve delivery of gender-responsive essential nutrition and health services. And under this project, under this objective, we used to provide the health facilities with equipments and above all capacity building the staff. Number 2, which was to increase production, consumption, and utilization of nutrition foods and micronutrient supplements by mothers, pregnant women, and children under 2, which will now be the main focus of my presentation. And lastly, the strengthened gender-responsive governance, policy, and public engagement on maternal, newborn, and child health. So the number 2 objective was to also improve or to contribute to the Sustainable Development Goal number 2, which is to end hunger, achieve food security, and improve nutrition and promote sustainable agriculture. So what are the methodologies that we used? Because my abstract was on the strong collaboration between the counties and the partners, so we had coordinated multi-sectoral approaches which promoted and strengthened coordinating, planning, and programming across all sectors. And those are listed above, which are health, agriculture, and the WASH department. And also strong collaboration between the Ministry of Health, the consortium partners, and Egerton University had a significant role in ensuring integration of the activities and technical expertise through nutrition-sensitive interventions. Through the community health strategy model, we had sensitization sessions. Next slide, please. We had sensitization sessions on number one, diversification through kitchen gardening, which were targeting the households with mothers, with pregnant mothers and children under 5. And we also promoted 2 crops, which were biofortified, and these are the high iron beans. I know maybe people who come from those regions can attest whether they've tasted the Nyota variety, which is very rich in high iron. And also the orange flesh sweet potato, which is rich in vitamin A. So for the iron, or the beans, we were targeting the pregnant mothers, because we all understand the importance of iron in reducing anemia and maintaining and assuring of successful pregnancies. And vitamin A was key in ensuring that complementary feeding had foods rich in vitamin A. And number 3, we were doing value addition to these crops, especially the orange flesh sweet potatoes, where the potatoes were either made into chapatis or crepes. And number 4, we were also allocating resources to expand and support sustainable irrigation and water management systems, and advocating and promoting measures that reduce cost of agricultural food production. And also the integration of county departments and non-state actors also helped in especially the nutrition technical forums that we had. And lastly, the promotion of post-harvest and food preservation methods to improve food availability and access all year round for better nutrition. So what are the results that we achieved? Number 1, results based on objective number 2, we established seed multipliers. CALRO has the core mandate of providing certified seeds. But due to the distance between CALRO sites, like for instance in Kitale, and we are reaching mothers in the Kerio Delta, we established seed multipliers, and these farmers were able to now produce the seeds at the local community, which were serving all farmers around. So we established 35 vitamin A, OFSP, and 65 high iron bean seed multipliers, and we also had 26 active farmer field schools, which were supervised by the Ministry of Agriculture. 260 lead farmers were also trained to provide basic husbandry practices at household level. And these lead farmers were not only supposed to plant and produce the crops, they were also to be like a mentor to also promote the benefits of these crops. 9.9 million OFSP vines through the seed multiplication were produced, and 30 metric ton high iron beans were also produced, yielding to 834 metric tons of high iron beans grains, which were now ready to eat, and 20,000 metric tons of orange flesh sweet potato tubers annually for consumption, and the surplus was sold for income. We reached 22,837 mothers of children under 2 years who were planting and consuming, first of all, the 50% of the crops that they were yielding, 50% was for household consumption, and the rest now was to build on the economic aspect of the household through selling. 93% of the households with children under 5s after the end of the project were reported to have kitchen gardens. And a total of 4,461 households were supported in rearing small animals, and this was because culturally, the Kalenjin community, especially the women, are not allowed to be taking fleshy foods or animal sources of foods. So through this intervention, through provision of small animals like the dairy goats and bees and poultry, they got eggs and flesh, which were now good in improving the nutrition of the mothers. And after the economic of the household were improved, 33 savings and loans group for women were formed and monitored. And lastly, the project also contributed to national level food fortification strategic plan development. So what are the limitations? Because each project usually has its challenges. So one of the challenges we faced were unpredictable weather patterns. Gilmaraquette County has 3 topographical regions. We have the valleys, we have the highlands, we have the hanging valleys, and the lowlands. So the hanging valleys usually had mudslides, oftenly. And what we did, or what we supported as Enrich, was relocation of affected persons, distribution of non-food items, and change of transport routes, especially in reaching to the farmers down there where we had experienced mudslides. There were also heavy rainfalls in the highlands, which are affecting high iron beans farming. And here through CALRO, they were taught on the use of pesticides and fungicides to mitigate against blight. And number 3, we are also experiencing, conflict and insecurity among the Kerio Delta because of pasture and cattle rustling. So what we did was reduced movements in those areas and also advocating for peace-building initiatives. And Gilmaraquette, because it's a vast county, we also experienced difficult terrains. But then we initiated income generating activities for the drivers, the CHVs, through motorbikes and well-structured visits and good planning. So our conclusions, lesson learned, and recommendations, we are saying that county governments should promote agricultural policies and programs that are more nutrition sensitive to improve nutrition outcomes. One success story that we can report here is after we transitioned, the county government, through the Ministry of Agriculture, allocated funds so that now they are now able to get the seeds from CALRO and give to the farmers, and now they can multiply so that it's to enhance sustainability. And then multi-sectoral coordination and strong partnership with relevant county departments and well-integrated funded projects like Enrich are game changers in addressing long-term effects of malnutrition. And local level advocacy and resource mobilization is key for the community to demand their services. We were using the citizen voice and action model, and here we had the CVA models giving memos to even the county assembly, so that they can advocate for funds. Local government-led strategies, processes, and coordinated multi-sectoral approaches has high potential for greater impact and sustainability. Participation in the program also created a sense of respect, which was experienced by the community health volunteers, as they had no resistance. Clarity of purpose, joint planning, timely communication, reflections among consortium partners, and government contributed to smooth and coordinated implementation. And lastly, we had a documentation and sharing of best practices, which I'll share the link maybe after this, of various videos we made or documented, especially on biofortification. Yes, and then here's the photos of what we were doing. So here on my right, you see the orange flesh sweet potato and farmers harvesting the fruit. And the next photo, we also used the IEC in form of calendars to the families to give to each and every household, so that they keep on seeing the crops that we are promoting. And on the right, you can see a seed multiplication farm of the vines in Anin. And then now the value addition, the chapatis, the crepes, and then the high iron beans. And lastly, the dairy goat that we were supporting. And then after economic impact has been done, the mothers used to meet through the VSLAs. Thank you so much.
Wow, very nice photos giving us evidence on ENRICH project. Hand of applause again for Brian. Thank you. Next online is Nelima Mercy. You know, we normally think of, when we hear of sea foods, we think of the East, but she is here to come and tell us on how we can harvest some of this from the Kenyan coast. Nelima Mercy, she is taking us through potential of edible seaweed of the Kenyan coast as a complementary micronutrient source. She is a Master of Science student, she'll be coming up front, a Master of Science student at the University of Nairobi, pursuing applied human nutrition. She holds a BSc in biochemistry. She has an experience having worked with Save the Children International and also participated in drafting the MYCN draft. That means she has worked with the technical working group for MYCN. Thank you. Welcome, Mercy.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As you've heard, my name is Mercy Nelima. I'm a student at the University of Nairobi, currently pursuing a master's degree in applied human nutrition. So my presentation today is on the potential of edible seaweeds of the Kenyan coast as a micronutrient source. As we know very well that micronutrient deficiency is regarded as one of the global contributors to the burden of disease. And in Kenya, around 10 million of the population is affected by poor nutrition and micronutrient deficiency. And also the privilege of food insecurity due to micronutrient deficiency and inadequate food quality and diversity in Kenya, as I've said, affects more than 10 people. And we've seen that in developing countries, it's been noted that dietary diversification and exploration of non-conventional micronutrient sources or food sources are some of the things that have enabled improved nutritional status. And this is one of the recommendations of the KENYA, so as we can be able to combat micronutrient deficiencies. And we've seen that, has anybody ever heard of seaweed or even eaten seaweed in the crowd? Okay, there's one at least. It's very common in the Asian countries, but not so in Africa and especially Kenya. And for centuries, as a matter of fact, algae has been consumed as food sources, but now not so much in Kenya. And this has been consumed in countries such as Japan, China, Korea, but we haven't seen much of that in Kenya. So this is the reason why we're doing this study, to be able to see if we can be able to incorporate seaweed or other sea vegetables as a nutrient source in Kenya. And also because of the growing population, the growing wild population, we'll have to look at other sources of food. We just can't rely on the terrestrial foods. So we have to go into the marine sources of food because of the growing wild population. So seaweed, as we know, has oh my God, I'm a bit nervous, so I just need to get my nerves together. So seaweed has numerous micronutrients compared to terrestrial plants, and we see such micronutrients as vitamin A, D, E, K, vitamin B, nutrients such as B1, B2, B9, B12, and also micronutrients, minerals such as zinc, iron, iodine, calcium, phosphorus, just to name but a few. Next slide, please. So my study was actually anchored on the UNICEF conceptual framework, where we see that social, cultural, economical, and political issues affect the maternal and child nutrition, and also the social economic and potential are some of the reasons, are some of the root causes of poor nutrition. And also we see high poverty and low education being some of the reasons for poor nutrition. And the study looked at the social demographic characteristics and also how it affected the consumption patterns of the people who consume seaweed at the Kenyan coast. Next slide, please. So what's the problem here? So as we've said, micronutrient deficiency is one of the major problems, and in Kenya, the major micronutrients that are deficient is A, D, B12, iron, iodine, folate, and zinc. So despite the fact that there are various interventions and also various interventions that have been explored, we still see that the prevalence of micronutrient deficiency is high and still remains as a recurring problem in the country. And yet seaweed is plentifully found at the Kenyan coast and readily available and very rich in dietary, and very rich in micronutrients. So however, there's very limited data. As we've seen, not very many people know about seaweed or even know that seaweed can be consumed. So there's very limited data on seaweed, its consumption, and also its availability. And also the utilization of seaweed is just limited to the Kenyan coast. So we don't have a lot of information about its acceptability, and why this rich food is not being consumed by the entire population. Next slide. So that's the reason why I sought out to do this study. And also, as you've seen, the seaweed industry is a multi-billion-dollar industry. It's rated around $6 billion. And recently, Kenya has adopted the blue economy, and it's encouraged seaweed farming in Kwale County, Kibuyuni. And also the reason why we're also doing this study is due to the repetitiveness of supplements, and also the compliance, which is poor, and also the frequency. There's poor frequency, there's poor intake, and oh my God. Due to the repetitive use of supplements and limited health resources, its compliance, that is in the supplemented foods, is poor, especially the intake and also the frequency of a prolonged period of time. And also fortified foods are not consumed in adequate amounts. So improving dietary quality through exploring non-conventional sources is one of the ways we can use to curb micronutrient deficiency. So in Kenya, as you've said, seaweed is grown along the coastline, and it's very much available, but we haven't explored it much. And that's the reason why we decided to do this study. So the objective of the, next slide. Next slide, please. So the goal of the study is to contribute towards alleviation of micronutrient deficiency, and the purpose was to generate data on micronutrient present in the edible seaweed found at the Kenyan coast, and to determine its safety in terms of consumption. And the general objective was to determine the potential of the seaweed of the Kenyan coast as a micronutrient source. So what we did as our first objective, we determined the socio-demographic characteristic of the study population. We also then determined the seaweed consumption patterns, and also we collected some seaweed samples where we analyzed micronutrients in it, and also we determined the heavy metal content of the seaweed samples collected. Next slide. Okay, so the methods used, we had two parts in this study. So first of all, we did interviews among the seaweed farmers. So here we collected the demographic characteristics and also their consumption patterns. And then the next part, what we did is we collected some seaweed samples along the Kenyan coast. So we collected it in 3 counties, Mombasa, Kilifi, and Kwale, just to be representative of the Kenyan coastline. So in Mombasa, we sampled from 3 beaches, and then we also sampled from 1 beach in Kilifi and 1 beach in Kwale. And among the seaweed farmers that we interviewed around 175 seaweed farmers. The farmers are only found in Kwale County. So that's the reason why we concentrated on Kwale County. So we interviewed 175 seaweed farmers from 6 different villages in Kwale County. And among the seaweed samples that we had collected, I collected around 58 samples, and from it, I found 28 species of the samples, and from here, we took them to ChemFree, where identification was done. Then later on, we took them to the laboratories, where we analyzed the micronutrients and heavy metal through these various, through HPLC, ultraviolet spectrophotometry, and AAS for heavy metals. Next slide. So in our results, among the 175 respondents that were interviewed, majority of them were farmers, of course, because we did the interviews in Kwale County. They were married between ages 30 to 40, and most of them, the highest level of education was upper primary. They practiced seaweed majorly as the source of income, and most of them cited the price of the seaweed to be fair, around 50 shillings per kilograms, and most of them earned between 10 to 20,000 monthly from seaweed farming. So not all of them consumed seaweed. Around 122 of them did, and most of the, so seaweed is actually found in three types, three phyla, just to use the scientific name. So we have the brown one, Phyophyta, the green one, Chlorophyta, and the red one, Rhodophyta. So most of them consumed all the three types. That's the brown, green, and red. And most of them preferred it cooked, and most in a cooked vegetable salad. And some of them also made juice out of it. And majority actually made soap and shampoo. And in Kenya, the farming that is being done is majorly for export purposes, but not so much for consumption, because we do the farming and then we export it mostly to China. China is our major country where we export to, and most of the time we export it as soap and shampoo, yet this seaweed can also be consumed as food. And the ones that are being farmed are only 3 species so far. So that is Capophycus, Eucheuma. There are 2 kinds of Eucheuma, so only 3 species are being consumed along the Kenyan coastline. And this study is to encourage us to explore more species for consumption. And among those who did not consume, the major reason was due to lack of knowledge of their consumption. As we've seen in the crowd, most of us do not consume seaweed because we don't know that it's being consumed. So most of them did not consume due to lack of knowledge that they're being consumed. And through statistical analysis, there was an association between the gender and knowledge of nutritional value, because of course most of the seaweed farmers were women. And also there was an association between age and practicing seaweed farming. As we've seen, the age bracket was between 30 to 40, middle-aged citizen, and also between the reason of practicing seaweed, serving per day, and cost of seaweed. There was also a significant difference between the marital status and reason for practicing seaweed, and also knowledge of nutritional value. There was also a significant association between educational level and reason of practicing seaweed, and also the type consumed, knowledge of the nutritional value, and likelihood of consumption. Next slide. So we have quite a detailed results. So among the 58 that were collected, 58 samples, 33 were from Mombasa County, as I mentioned before. We did 3 counties, 16 from Kwale County, and 9 from Kilifi County. So the 28 species that were collected, as I said before, 3 of them were edible. And the 3 families that I mentioned, 11 were from the Phyophyta, 9 from the Chlorophyta, rather 8, there's a mistake, and 8 from the Rhodophyta. So as we've seen, we have quite a variety of species of seaweed, and all this is edible, because we have the edible and unedible, but most of the edible is found in the marine waters, so all these species are edible. I found around 28 species, but there are definitely more species that are found along the Kenyan coastline. Of course, due to resources, I could not be able to sample all the species, but I was only able to get 28. So when it came to the micronutrient composition, the green seaweed contributed the highest in vitamin B12 and vitamin D, as you can see the figures. The red species contributed the highest in vitamin B9 and vitamin A, and vitamin D was high in the green species. And also just to mention, the reason why the micronutrients are higher in seaweed than the terrestrial plant is because you'll find that the structure of the cell wall of most of these species, the polysaccharide structure of the cell wall, is different from the terrestrial plant. You'll find that most of them have high number of iron metal binding sites, so they're able to harness a lot of elements from the earth, from the waters, and from the earth. So that's the reason why they have numerous micronutrients as compared to the terrestrial vegetables. So the brown type had the highest in iron, and the green contributed the highest in zinc and iodine. Next slide, please. So this is just to get into the specific species. As we said, the Kappa-ficus had the highest in B12, and this is what we are currently farming in Kibuyuni. And it has the highest level in B12 and also in vitamin A. Gracilaria is another one that had the highest in B9. That is among all the species. Highest in iron was the ulva species. This is the green one. And the Kaulapa, which is also in the green family, was high in zinc and iodine. Lead levels were highest in the brown type, and the least was in the red type. And also the reason why I analyzed heavy metals is because you have to see the safety of the consumption of the consumption of seaweed. Because if you have to say that it's safe to eat, you have also to look at the heavy metals, because this is very common in the in the ocean, lots of contamination. So that's the reason why we looked at cadmium levels, mercury levels, arsenic levels, and lead levels. So as you've seen, there's a significance rather in the, okay, these are the significance we found in the different metals. Because of time, I just need to wind up. And so lead, we found traces of lead, of course, in the seaweed samples. Most of them fell within the acceptable limits. None of the seaweeds had arsenic, but we found traces of mercury in only 4 seaweed types found in one of the beaches, which was English Point, which is found in Mombasa County. And you know very well Mombasa County has a high activity of high industrial activity, so that could be one of the reasons why we had high levels of mercury in the seaweed found in Mombasa. Next slide, please. So as I've said before, the associations were because, for example, the associations of the gender and knowledge was because the majority of the respondents practiced seaweeds were women and were aware of the nutritional value, and the age, and the association between the age and practicing seaweed farming and the cost was dependent on the seaweed, as majority of them depended on seaweed as the source of income and livelihood. There was also an association between marital status and reason of practicing seaweed. This is just a discussion of the results that we found. And also with increased educational level, there's a likelihood of increased consumption, as they'd be more aware of the seaweed's nutritional value and benefits. So I've also explained the discussion of okay, these are some of the studies. We just compared the previous studies and also what I found in the samples that I analyzed. So most of them fell within the previous studies. For example, the brown seaweed, the vitamin A that was analyzed, that is beta-carotene, in the past study of Kumar, he found around brown vitamin A to fall within 500 to 300 milligrams per kg. And we see that in Kappa-ficus, it was around 298. So this is just a discussion based on the previous studies. Next. 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 So to the recommendation, so I would recommend that there would be further increase in the studies of the seaweed food chain, preparation and preservation processes, bioavailability, nutritional value, and its safety and consumption, because I really didn't see much when I was doing my research. And we also need to explore more possibility of improving seaweed market to various food industries, and also in other parts of Kenya, because it's only in the Kenyan coast. We also need to explore possibilities of farming more seaweed species, because right now we're only looking at 3 species being farmed, and this is not farmed for food purposes. And we also need to do so that we can be able to improve the livelihood of the coastal population. And if you do so, we're also going to alleviate micronutrient deficiency by improving their livelihoods and also the economy of the country as a whole. So as we've seen, the objectives of the study were achieved. And I hope that the data that is to be generated is to be utilized to contribute towards exploring of more novel or non-conventional micronutrient sources, because this is where we're headed to as a country and also in the world. And also contribute towards elevation of micronutrients and also improving of MIYCN and the Kenyan vulnerable population. Thank you.
Round of applause to Mercy Nelima for that detailed presentation. We normally hear of Nutrition International, and sometimes we may wonder, some of us who may not know what exactly it involves. Just to get a glimpse, we have Mary Kihara, who will take us through a presentation on status of maize flour fortification by millers, supported by Nutrition International Kenya Food Fortification Program in 2021. Mary is a passionate public health specialist. She holds a Master of Science degree in a She holds a Master of Science degree. She also holds another Master of Arts in Medical Sociology. Oh, sorry, the other one is Master of Public Health, not Master of Science. Then she is currently pursuing her PhD. So she's here to take us through this presentation so that we can learn a little bit from what she has done. She's also the program officer of Nutrition International organization. Welcome, Mary.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. How are you? I see some people are so behind, but it's my pleasure to be here and to share with you some of our experiences as Nutrition International. We have been implementing the fortification program as well as other programs in the country, and I'm sure that many of you have interacted with us in one way or another. So for the sake of my presentation, I will be focusing more on the fortification program, but we have 5 more programs that we are implementing in the country, including the 1,000 days program, really aligned to why we are here. We have the child survival programs, we have the adolescent health program, and we have the special programs, the one for building the technical capacity of our government and other institutions, and we also have the one for emergency for the COVID. So we have quite some programs, but for the sake of today and time, I will concentrate more on the fortification program. And I know that this morning, I think already the topic of fortification and food systems has already been introduced. We had Dr. Mwale who talked about what they are doing in the state security in her department and what they are doing in terms of ensuring food is safe. And also she alluded to the importance of fortification and what the government is doing to regulate. Brian from World Vision has just talked and he has said that part of their work was to support the fortification, strategic plan, and also implement biofortification. And Nelima, I really like your presentation on the, fighting micronutrient deficiencies through the seaweed. I think that was very interesting. So my work has been made a little easy because now I do believe that we are a bit sensitized on the issue of micronutrient deficiencies and the place of fortification, in addressing that problem. Perhaps I know, maybe all of you, because here we are talking about technocrats, we are talking about people who are enlightened. I know most of you know about fortification. And I also know that many of us in Kenya consume ugali, isn't it? Wengine wanaita ngima, kuon, sindio? We talk about busuma, sima, ugali, whatever. But how many are careful to make sure that when you are getting that flour from the market, you pick the fortified brand? How many know how to identify that that flour is fortified in the first place? If I can just see by show of hand. Yes? Yes. I see around 6 people in the team. Others are figuring out, how do you know that it's fortified? At least even by looking at the packet. Yeah? So those are some of the things that maybe we'll look through. I want to just acknowledge that We have worked closely with my team at NI to come up with this work. We work as a team, and I'm happy that my director is here, both directors and my colleagues. And I also really want to acknowledge Dr. Mwai from Ministry of Health. We work very closely with him. And so I want to request the projection of the presentation. Yes, so as you can see, we have been working closely with Mr. Mwai from Division of Nutrition and Dietetics in monitoring our millers and making sure that they are able to fortify. But you still have not answered, how do we know that that flour is fortified? Eh? So let's have that at the back of our mind as we continue. So for the sake of this presentation, I will just highlight the role of fortification in fighting micronutrient deficiencies, and then we'll talk about I'll highlight about the NI program, what we do, and then I'll go now to the rapid assessment. As we say, we carried out an assessment to see the status of maize flour fortification in the country and how, what needs to be done, the gaps that are there, and the challenges and some of the recommendations. And this one, we focused more on the millers that are supported by NI currently. We have a program that we are supporting millers to comply to standards. Next. So we all know that micronutrient deficiencies in this country are very high, unacceptably high levels of micronutrient deficiencies, okay? And when we talk about micronutrients, we are talking about vitamins and minerals. A lot of people, as much as they look healthy, apparently healthy, they are lacking in one or more micronutrients, yeah? When we talk about zinc deficiency, it is unacceptably high. Talking about levels of 80% and above in the population, it goes to tell you that there is something amiss. And if you talk about iron, around 36% amongst pregnant women, we are talking about folate deficiency at around 32.1%, and iron deficiency at 22%. This is an area we've done well, but still 22% is still very high. And sometimes we get comfortable when we see these figures, and we are like, okay, we are somewhere. But if you look at the Western countries and you compare, you see that we are doing really poorly, yeah? In Europe, most of the countries, the deficiencies are below 10%. Here we are talking about 83%. It is unacceptable. And so I know this is based on the Kenya Micronutrient Survey that was done almost 10 years, more than 10 years ago now, but we know that plans are in the pipeline to make sure that we have another survey. And we believe that out of the efforts that we've made in the last 10 years as a country, then there will be improvement. But still, we still have very high deficiencies. And what we are saying is that fortification can address these deficiencies if we fortify the staple foods. And that's why I'm talking about ugali, because we know it's our staple food. If we fortify just maize flour, we are able to address the issue of like zinc deficiency, vitamin A, iron, folate, because it is mandated by the government that maize flour is fortified with these micronutrients. Again, in terms of wheat flour, again, it is supposed to be fortified with the same 9 micronutrients as a way of addressing the deficiencies, the higher deficiency levels in the country. So next. So we have what the government has put as mandatory fortification, food to be fortified. Yeah, and that is oil, edible oils and salt, then wheat flour, maize flour, and the other one is salt. So what is fortification? As I said, it's the practice of deliberately increasing the content of essential micronutrients so as to improve the nutritional quality of food and provide a public health benefit with minimal risk to health. And we are saying that fortification is a high-impact, low-cost intervention. What we mean by this is that in terms of cost-benefit analysis, investment in fortification is very low, and yet the impact or the result is very high. We are able to reach, just by fortifying maize flour in the country, or helping millers to fortify maize flour, we are able to reach over 90% of the population in Kenya. And we know that, in 1 week, If I ask you in 1 week, how many times do you eat ugali? Many families in Kenya will eat ugali how many times in a week? You don't know? Huh? How many have eaten ugali at least twice in the last 1 week? Twice? Twice, yeah, quite a number, more than half. At least once. At least once. Only once, the last 1 week. The ones who took the hand 2 times, at least you've taken at least once. Statistics here, eh? You've taken at least once. Sindio? Ai, watu wakuli simba siku hizi? Okay, how many have eaten 5 times? Eh, and they never ate at least once. 5 times. At least I take at least 4 times a week, okay? So what we are saying is that when we fortify ugali, we fortify the maize flour, we are able to reach, a huge population, and at the same time, now when we put the micronutrients, we are sure that we are addressing the micronutrient deficiencies. Again, ugali, the way we prepare it, we don't fear that those micronutrients will be lost, yeah? And the way we fortify it is that those micronutrients are reserved all through. Next. So this is what I've highlighted about the foods that are mandatory. It means that if someone is processing edible oils and fats and they are not fortifying with vitamin A, it is illegal in Kenya. There is already the legislation to that effect, and we have the standards. The same with wheat flour and maize flour. 9 micronutrients, we can see them here.
Just a small interjection, we request you to stop a bit so that the IT sort out the online team, they have lost us. Okay. So just a moment of pause as they sort.
Okay.
It is now back. Please go ahead.
Back.
Okay.
So, thanks.
Yeah.
So the wheat flour and maize flour, you can see we are trying to, the government has put in place measures to make sure that we optimize, so that we are fortifying with 9 micronutrients. The vitamin B complexes, quite a number, vitamin A, zinc, iron, yeah. So those are the ones. And then for salt, we know iodization started way back from 1972, and we have gains out of that. I know yesterday someone presented about iodine deficiency and what it means. And so this is also very important. And iodine deficiency is one of the case study that we can see successes confidently out of that. Next. So I want to highlight something small about our program, just to say that our overall objective is to reduce micronutrient deficiencies through increased production, availability, and consumption of adequately fortified foods in Kenya. And we have 4 key focus areas. One is improved technical and operational capacity of maize millers to produce adequately fortified flour in line with the standards. And I've already alluded to why we are focusing on maize. Our staple food, 90% of our population are consuming maize on a regular basis, and we say that actually it accounts for 90% of the caloric intake in Kenya daily. So we want to really make sure that as we are optimizing that channel, to make sure that our population is consuming fortified flour. We don't want people to just take starch. We want to incorporate those very key micronutrients into the flour. Then improved quality assurance. Again, that is very key. We are working with the government and to make sure that quality assurance is assured, especially through the Division of Food Safety and Quality. And under that, we have now the public health officers in the counties. They help us to monitor, and we're working very closely with them to make sure that they are monitoring and they are able to take action where it is needed. We're also working with the National Public Health Lab. They're helping us to test the flour, the samples from the public health officers and support the surveillance work. And then we want to see improved coordination of fortification interventions at national and county levels. And we also want to see improved commitment of fortification interventions. Next. So some of the achievements that we have had so far is that NI has been instrumental in ensuring that the policy environment for fortification is done. We now have the National Food Fortification Strategic Plan that we worked closely with World Vision and other partners to, and of course the ministry was spearheading that to make sure that it is in place, because that anchors all our work in fortification. And then the things like training guidelines and the standards, we have been working very closely with the government, both the Ministry of Health and KEBS. We know that KEBS is the custodian of the standards. And then in terms of improving leadership and coordination of fortification program, we have been working closely with the Division of, Ministry of Health Division of Nutrition and Dietetics, and I'm happy that Mr. Moy is here. And we have, helped to coordinate the program at national level, either through both financial and technical assistance. And one more thing that we are doing, which we have embarked in, is to make sure now that we are having county-level coordination mechanisms. So we are establishing what we are calling county food fortification alliances, and we have already started with 3 counties, that is Nairobi, Nakuru, and Kiambu. Of course, we work closely with the ministry to make sure that, because they are the custodian of the program, and what we do is to come and provide the technical and financial support to do that. And then strengthening of regulatory monitoring. This one I've already alluded to, that we have been working with the Division of Food Safety and Division of Nutrition and Dietetics, National Public Health Lab, and Jomo Kenyatta University to train public health officers on surveillance and also monitoring and surveillance of fortification activities, and making sure that samples are sent to the National Public Health Lab for quality assurance, and the public health officers are able to take action from informed decision. And of course, we also supported development of the guideline for training the public health officers and other health cadres in the area of fortification, surveillance, and enforcement. And then one of the key things that is in line with this presentation is the establishment of a business model to promote adoption of fortification. So ANI has been championing this model by working with the medium and small scale maize millers to improve or start fortifying maize flour in line with standards. This is an area that we have been working in for almost 5 years now, and it has picked very well. So currently we are working through 6 millers associations with membership of over 280 millers, and we are offering a package of interventions, including customized technical assistance, where we visit the millers in their establishments, and we really want to make sure that they have gotten it right in terms of how they should fortify their flour. And again, mainly maize flour, and a few of the millers are also producing wheat, so we make sure that they are fortifying the wheat flour as well in the appropriate way. Of course, we don't work alone. We are normally working with the government, so even the technical assistance is provided by the government, of course, with NI as well. And then support for millers to acquire technology. Some of the challenges that we have had when we have been in this field is that the millers are really struggling with the right technology to fortify. You'll find a miller has invested a lot in a microdoser that they use to feed the premix, but it fails, it keeps on failing. And so we come in to provide the technical assistance and also help them acquire the right, the right microdoser for that work. The other key one that has come up and we are really supporting them with is the quality assurance aspect. So apart from the microdoser, one of the key things that we are supporting the millers with is equipment for quality assurance, to ensure that before even they fortify the maize, they make sure that it's safe for human consumption. I'm sure many of us have heard about the issue of aflatoxin. I'm happy even Dr. Mwale really alluded to it and what the government is doing and what was done last year in terms of importation of contaminated maize from the neighboring countries. And so what we are doing now is to make sure that millers, even at their level, at their company level, or a group of millers are able to come together and acquire the equipment to be able to tell if the grain is safe before they even mill. So that is something that there has been a lot of challenge with that. There's no need of fortifying flour or maize flour, which is already unsafe for human consumption. It beats purpose. So we want to make sure that they get it right from the word go by getting the right grain, and then from there we are able now to mill and make sure that fortification is incorporated. And then we have been doing a lot of advocacy activities to ensure that people know about fortification and the key stakeholders are committed to make sure that fortification works in the country, because we know that if we implement this program well, in the next micronutrient survey, we are going to get less than 20%. We will move very well because it's really large scale and it helps us to address the problem. So we've been having various stakeholders forums, both at national and county levels, just to make sure that people, the key stakeholders are aware and they are committed to fortification and food safety. Next. So the rapid assessment that we did in 2021, that is last year in November, and I want to just highlight that in 2020, again, around the same month, we also still did a rapid assessment. So at some point you'll see I'm comparing a few things here and there just to see the progress. And we wanted to see the fortification status of maize flour that is produced by millers who are supported by NI in the program. We have around 62 millers that we're working with, both small and medium scale, in the area of just making sure that they get customized assistance to do it right. And then we wanted to establish the challenges affecting fortification practices and also develop capacity building plans for each of the millers in a way so that we are able to identify the gaps. Next. So the methodology, I will highlight whatever we did was we had the inception meeting with the consultant who was leading the work. We developed the tools, we trained the research assistants, and then we were able to visit the milling companies and collect samples. And then after that, there was the testing of the samples and also data analysis and reporting, and then development of the action plans for each miller as I highlighted. Next, please. Yeah, so some of the key parameters that we were looking at, of course, we employed both observation and questionnaire administration and collection of samples for testing in the lab. And some of the things that we were looking at, okay. So we were looking at the dosing system, the existence of standard operation procedures, the premix input, how it is done, how they are calculating and all that, and the storage conditions. And then their inventory management in terms of keeping the records right, and then quality control measures like the ion spot test that we were using also to test the flour for fortification. And then we also picked samples, these samples from each milling company, and so that we could test. Next. Because of time, I'll rush a bit, and just here to highlight that we are working with 62 millers, but out of those 56 are the ones who are available for the assessment, and they were also milling at the time we were doing the assessment. Some of them were closed and they were not processing flour at that time. So we had a good sample of 56 millers, and they were spread across all the many towns in Kenya, and most of them came from Nakuru and Nairobi. That is where we have a lot of concentration, and then also in North Rift and South Rift. Next. In terms of the fortification status, what we realized is that out of the brands that we were looking at, I talked about around 56 brands, 70% of the flour of those brands are fortified, and there is a slight improvement from 2020 where we had 68%. So around 70% of the flour in the market, which is packaged, is fortified. That is based on our assessment and on the NI-supported millers. Next. Then we went ahead just to look at the quantity. We were able to project the quantity of the flour that is produced by these millers. And out of that, we saw that based on the quantity that is being produced, around 78% is fortified, where around 22% is not fortified at all. And that tells us that there's still a lot of work to be done to make sure that all the flour in the market, all the flour, packaged flour in the market, maize flour is fortified. Again, out of this, we were able to go further because we say that either we are seeing that the 22% never put any, there was no indication of fortification. The 78%, at least they made effort. But we went further and looked at out of the 78 who we could say have fortified up to standard for the iron, because here we were using iron as one of the key elements. And half of the 78 are fortifying well, and half of the 48 still needs assistance to be able to fortify as per standard. Yes, they are making effort, they are fortifying, but they have not reached the standard. Next. So these are some of the challenges which I have alluded to. In terms of sourcing maize, we are talking about high aflatoxin content, and then many millers alluded to the fact that they are having issues accessing maize. I'm sure you have heard of late that the maize flour is likely to, the price of maize flour is likely to go up because we are not able to produce enough and there's instability. And now the fact that, you know, importing from Uganda and Tanzania is also a challenge. So those are some of the challenges that millers are struggling with to make sure that we have not only, you know, flour, but, you know, safe flour for consumption. And then storage capacity was also an issue, but not as a major issue. Next. In terms of operation and maintenance of the mill, some of the challenges that the millers were having is acquisition of the spare parts, sometimes frequent breakdowns and technical capacity to maintain the equipment. And these are some of the things that we are addressing when we are providing customized technical assistance to them. Next. In terms of the premix is a fortificant, whatever we put in the flour. So last year, but when we did the survey in 2020, a lot of millers expressed concerns about the quality of the premix. And we were able to work with the Ministry of Health to make sure that, you know, the Division of Nutrition is the one which registers the premix suppliers. So we were able to make sure that, you know, we are having only people who are certified providing the flour to, the premix to the millers. So at least this time round, the issue of quality have reduced, but they still have issues with the price and accessibility, which is something that we'll work with the government to make sure that millers are getting the premix in affordable quantities, and also they are getting it in a timely manner. There are times they were saying that there were stockouts, but this has reduced with time. Next. Some of the capacity building areas are highlighted here, issues of food safety, issues of HACCP, hazard analysis control, critical control points. I know someone in the morning highlighted that. And then quality assurance and quality control, calibration of the microdosers, premix calculation and handling and storage, and hygiene and sanitation. Those are some of the things that were coming up as key areas that the millers want to be built capacity on. Next. In terms of this is quality control and quality assurance, just making sure that the aflatoxins, the fortification, the millers are able to monitor and even before they take to the government, they know that their flour is okay. So we realize that there is a gap there. Many millers are not able to institute quality assurance measures in their establishments, and that is something that we want to work on. And as I've said, NI is already supporting some of the millers with aflatoxin testing kits, just to make sure that the quality assurance aspect is taken care of. Next. Yeah, in summary, some of the challenges, I think I have alluded to most of them: issue of aflatoxin content, high moisture content, cost of premix, underdosing and all that, the technical ability to operate the dosers and all that. And we have recommendations on how we are going to address that, of course, together with many partners who are here and the government. Next. Yes, just go to the next one. Yeah, in terms of the conclusion, because of time, one is that we want to see a multifaceted approach to solve fortification challenges in Kenya. You'll agree with me that this intervention, fortification, is an ideal, is a very good avenue for public-private partnership, for implementing private-public partnership to fight micronutrient deficiencies. So we have to involve the private companies who are processing the flour, and the government and the partners, and make sure that the partnerships work. And that is what we are trying to do as NI, supporting the government, supporting the private companies, bringing them together so that we dialogue and we see how to solve out the issue of fortification. The other one is that implementation of individualized capacity building plans by different players also comes in very well to improve fortification practices. As I said, we have been implementing this component together with the Ministry of Health, Division of Nutrition and Dietetics, and Division of Food Safety. And then we have the Jomo Kenyatta University as an academia, and we also now have other partners. And when we implement and we are able to go to specific mills and actually offer real-time capacity building to the millers, we realize they get it right and they are actually willing to improve their fortification practices. One of the things is that actually there is not as much resistance like we have always thought. Many millers are very cooperative when they realize that they will also be playing a key part in addressing micronutrient deficiencies and making sure that our population is fed well with safe food, with nutritious flour. So many of them are, as long as the approach is also very positive, they are willing to take up the right practices and to improve the quality of their flour. Then adoption of value chain approach in addressing challenges facing millers helps to ensure that some of the challenges are solved. And here we are giving the example of the aflatoxins. So we are saying that if we work even with the farmers from the source of the grain, we work with the farmers to make sure that they are producing the right grain and they are storing them well, then that helps us to fight the aflatoxins. I know there is with the Ministry of Agriculture, there are some products they are also promoting to make sure that the maize that is coming from the farm is not infested with the aflatoxins, the products like AflaSafe and all that. So we have to work hand in hand with even the Ministry of Agriculture to make sure that we are getting the right quality of grain for processing. And then support for millers to acquire fortification equipment is very key, and that is what we are doing, linking them with the microfinance to be able to acquire the dosers, the testing kits, and also as NI coming up as a partner and doing what we are calling the cost sharing so that they are able to acquire the fortification equipment. The miller has to pay some part of the microdoser and we come in and top up just to make sure that they are getting the right equipment and the right technology for fortification. And then regular monitoring by the enforcement agencies. This is mainly the PHOs and also the KEBS officers. And providing TA as they monitor so that corrective measures are corrected are implemented in time, and so that our population is getting the right flour to consume as we fight micronutrient deficiencies. That is it from me. Back to you, the MC.
Thank you, Mary. A hand of applause. Yes, we are doing well, though that aspect of time we really need to try, because by 12:30 we should be through the presentations. So we appreciate the fact that we also have online viewers, online presenters, and that is why this is a hybrid occasion. So the next presentation is by Aboge Dunston Ocheng, who is an online presenter. He is a graduate assistant at the Jaramogi Oginga Odinga University of Science and Technology. He holds a Bachelor of Science degree in food security. He has been pursuing a Master of Science in food security and sustainable agriculture. He is awaiting graduation that is forthcoming on 22nd April. He's also a beneficiary of World Bank funding through the African Center of Excellence for sustainable use of insects as feed. So for this particular presentation, he wants to tell us more on effects of substituting soybean flour with cricket flour, that insect called Acheta domesticus, on nutritional, in vitro protein digestibility, physiochemical characteristics, and acceptability of complementary porridge among women of reproductive age. So online, let's be ready. He's joining us online. Thank you. You can go ahead, Mr. Dunston.
Thank you very much. Paul, you'll be sharing my presentation. Right. Well, thank you again. I've been introduced. I'm Dunstan Abode from Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, University of Science and Technology. I'm presenting on the effect of substituting soybean flour with cricket flour on the nutritional composition, in vitro protein digestibility, the physical chemical characteristics, and acceptability of complementary porridge. I have my co-authors. Some of them are in this forum. So let's move to the next slide. Thank you. From the previous presentations that we listened to, we all agree that undernutrition is still a problem in Kenya, looking at the statistics. And there are two high-impact intervention programs that have been widely promoted, including exclusive breastfeeding programs and complementary feeding. And we realized that from 6 months of age, complementary foods constitute a larger portion of the child's diet, which requires that these foods must be well formulated and fed properly to the children to improve their nutritional status. But you look at the complementary foods that we feed to our children are majorly developed from common staples. These are cereals that are majorly rich in energy or carbohydrates, but are low in protein and other nutrients. But again, they also possess high levels of anti-nutrients, which have the ability to bind minerals and limit their bioavailability. But then there have also been progress in trying to fortify these cereals to make them rich in nutrients. And in that endeavor, soybean has been used as a major source of protein. The problem with the soybean is that similar to the cereals, it is also rich in anti-nutrients, the phytic acid and the tannins, with the ability to bind and limit bioavailability of important minerals. But again, it has low protein digestibility, then it's also very difficult and costly to produce, especially in the current phase of climate change. But again, you find that the commercially developed complementary foods, which are fortified with soybean, are very expensive and unaffordable to low-income households, where most cases of child undernutrition are reported. Therefore, in this our study, we want to look at the potential of crickets as a potential substitute for soybean in developing infant formula. Crickets are rich in protein of about 60 to 70% of content. They are also rich in minerals, but again, they are very easy to produce in masses, requiring less resources, and again, very easy to manage. So the study objective was generally to generate knowledge on the use of crickets as an alternative source of valuable protein in complementary feeding, with specific objectives being to determine the effect of this substitution on the nutritional composition of complementary porridge flour. Then again, look at the effect on in vitro protein digestibility, the effect on functional properties, and lastly, on acceptability of this porridge. Next. Now, in formulating this porridge flour, we used maize grains, the soybean, the wheat flour, and house crickets, which is Acheta domestica. These house crickets were 10 weeks old. This age is reported to be rich in protein, hence good for optimizing the same in any food formula. So we processed these grains, milled them, and used to develop the flour. So in the flour formulation, we had 4 treatment flour. The first one, labeled as CP, was a control flour and was a composite of maize, wheat, and deflated soybean flour in the ratio of 2 to 1 to 1 respectively. Now, this formula resembles a local infant formula known as the familiar flour. I know most of you have interacted with this flour. Then the other 3 treatments were formulated in the same ratio, but again, to allow for the enrichment of the same with the cricket flour, we substituted soybean with the cricket flour at 25%, at 50%, and 75%. The next slide. Then we looked at the nutritional composition. We looked at the moisture content, good protein content, good fat content, dietary fiber, good ash, and carbohydrate content using standard methods. Then we also look at minerals of public health benefits like calcium, iron, zinc, phosphorus, potassium, and magnesium. Then again looked at the in vitro protein digestibility, which is basically subjecting the flour to pepsin digestion, then looking at their protein content after and before the pepsin digestion. Then lastly looked at the functional properties, including the viscosity, water absorption capacity, the bulk density, and protein water solubility. The next slide. Then as a last objective, we took out this porridge for evaluation by women of reproductive age from 15 years to 45 years. Then we prepared this porridge, then gave it out to these women to rate it on a 9-point rating scale. These porridges were presented as single-blinded, meaning we did not inform them of the content to get unbiased rating. Then in a well-lit room, the women rated the porridges for color, texture, taste, aroma, mouthfeel, and overall acceptability. The next slide. So these were the results that we obtained from the nutritional analysis. When you look at the first table, look at the fiber, protein, and fat content marked in red. You see a progressive increase for the 3 nutrients, and especially I want you to look at the protein content rising from 17.58 to 22.87, and to find that although this protein content did not meet the daily requirement for children, it actually met the recommended levels required for complementary foods for children in the age group of 6 to 8 months, from 9 to 11 months, and for 12 to 23 months. Then you look at carbohydrates falling from 56.69 to 41.49. So though they don't meet the daily recommended levels, but then they contain adequate amounts that can still contribute to improving the nutritional status of children if supplemented with other protein and other mineral-rich foods. Then you look at table 2 on the micronutrient content of the flour. You again realize there was improvement in potassium, in sodium, in magnesium, and zinc, which again did not meet the recommended levels required for children, but again the amounts are good and can still be supplemented in order to meet the required levels. Then we move to the next slide. Looking at the in vitro protein digestibility, again there was an improvement which increased with the substitution levels from 79.45 to 88.67. So this means that as we had more crickets, then the flour's protein content becomes more digestible. And we all know that one of the key quality attributes of protein is their protein digestibility, which means that these proteins will become more digestible, which will even enhance their absorption and assimilation, and will go a long way in improving the nutritional status of children. The next slide, then you look at the functional properties of the same. there was a decrease in the viscosity of the porridges, both warm and cold porridge, as you can see. As you see, viscosity is very important because it determines the flow of the porridges. With the reduced viscosity of these porridges means that the porridges will become easy to consume because they'll be moving easily out of the containers that are used to serve them, and that will optimize nutrient intake and nutrient absorption, and will contribute to improving the nutritional status of the children. Then you again look at the bulk density. There was also a decrease with the addition of briquette flour, which also again is important in contributing to enhancing the viscosity and helping in the intake of the porridges. Then again, we look at the water absorption capacity and protein water solubility. There was though inconsistent variations, but then this is also attributed to the different protein structure, the different water absorption or hydrophilic properties that still needs to be understood in order to have a determined potential of these flours in feeding to the children. The next slide. The next slide. Stability of the porridges. This is how the porridges were rated in a scale of 1 to 9. You can see the first porridge, which was the control porridge, was highly rated in all the sensory attributes with a rating of 8 for the color, 7. We go back to the slide.
Please proceed, Bwana Dunston. Mr. Danson, can you hear us? Okay. If there is a technical challenge, at least we have read the results and the conclusion. I request that we have the next presenter, then, yeah. So, yeah, because he was almost done. So the next presentation we have is by Philip Ndemwa from Kemri. Philip Ndemwa from Kemri has over 30 years working experience. Currently, he's a senior research scientist. He holds a Master of Science degree in food science. He has also postgraduate training in food and nutrition, as well as enzymology. He comes to tell us more about the current salt iodization provides the iodine requirements of school-age children, but not for the pregnant and lactating women. Let us hear that. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair. Is it on? Yes. So that's the title. I was supposed to have a presentation like 30 minutes. I'll have to do some supersonic speed. On the current salt iodization standard provides adequate iodine nutrition for school-age children, but not for pregnant and lactating women. So this iodine is required for the production of thyroid hormones in the thyroid gland. And these hormones are involved in the regulation of very many biochemical reactions, which includes the synthesis of proteins and enzymatic activity. It is a key issue in the developing brain and the central nervous system, as well as the kidneys and pituitary gland. A woman who is pregnant, to successfully carry the pregnancy through, and for the born child to continue developing, they require these thyroid hormones. And this iodine is all over, but it's not distributed very evenly. Because we cut trees so that we can have charcoal and we can farm, we have had floods, erosion has carried all the iodine to the oceans over the years. And so you find that marine plants and animals, somebody was talking about seaweed, they concentrate iodine, and they are very rich in iodine. But don't go eating fish from Lake Victoria and you think you're getting, it has to be from the lake. Eh? I said marine plants and animals, they concentrate iodine. Eh? So from the sea plants, the fish, the shrimps, what we get from the sea. And those seaweeds she was talking about will be high in iodine. But then I said it's the oceans, it's the sea. Don't go to Lake Naivasha, get fish, and you think this is from the water, so it's very rich in iodine. It only has to be from Mombasa. Now, we have recommended daily intakes for different population groups. Look at the World Health Organization. These children require 90 micrograms only. Look at pregnancy, 250, as well as in lactation. The American US Institute of Medicine think in lactation you require much more than even in pregnancy at 290. Next. So we get deficiencies. The result is hypothyroidism. And this is the main cause of damage to the developing brain right from conception. So the pregnant mothers will require this from the second trimester, or at least the first. If you are late, the second trimester, the mother's iodine should be sufficient. And after the child is born, up to the third year, because the central nervous system, the brain, is developing very rapidly at that stage. If during this time we have deficiencies, you end up with irreversible brain damage. There's nothing we can do after that. So this is very important. And studies have shown that there are populations where you get one area which is iodine deficient, another one with sufficient iodine, same socioeconomic status. The area that's deficient, if you look at the IQ of the population, you'll get up to almost a 14 points difference. That is huge. Next, please. So because of what we have said, of course, the vulnerable groups will be these pregnant mothers, the fetus, the neonates, and those young ones up to around that 3 years, like we were saying. Why is there a risk of iodine deficiency during pregnancy? First of all, the mother must be euthyroid. That means she must have sufficient iodine for normal biochemical reactions and so on and so forth. Then now, for the fetus to grow, thyroxine must be transferred from the mother to the fetus, otherwise this fetus will not grow. By the time we are 14 to 20 weeks, the fetus has developed its own thyroid gland, so it can make its own thyroid hormones. But to do this, it requires iodine, which again must come from the mother. Now, during pregnancy, there is increased glomerular filtration, so high renal iodine clearance. Most of the iodine we take in, over 90%, is excreted through urine. That's why we use urine to determine the iodine nutritional status. If there is deficiency, we'll get these preterm deliveries, spontaneous abortions, stillbirths, all those ugly things, including the perinatal mortality. If deficiency is very severe, you get cretins. In areas with a severe deficiency, you'll get up to 2-3% cretins, and infant mortality is high. So iodine is the recommended means through which the population should get iodine. Salt, iodized salt, we talk about USI, which is the iodization of all salt for human consumption, including through processed foods, as well as for livestock consumption. It's mandatory, 30 to 50 parts per million, but recently we got the East African Community Standard, which supersedes the Kenyan standard, so the standard now is 30 to 60. Now, in 2011, we had this national micronutrient survey, where the mean salt iodine concentration was found to be about 40 parts per million. And in 2014, we had the KDHS, which for the first time, previously they just used to do the qualitative tests, but now in 2014, they did the quantitative test. Again, almost 40 parts per million. So that's very good. And our program has been successful. What we need to note is that there is a near 30% of salts, both in KNMS and in the KDHS, where about 30% of the salts were below the minimum recommended parameters for the standard. In KNMS, school-age children, we looked at the urine. So this is the effect of the iodized salt. The median overall was very good, 208, just have been about over 100. and only 22% of the school-age children nationally were iodine deficient. But you need to note here that there are these three regions, Nyanza, Rift Valley, and Western. Although the median urinary iodine concentration in the areas was above 100, we have that 30 to 35% who were deficient. We also looked at the urinary iodine concentration in non-pregnant women of reproductive age. Again, these three regions had a problem. I'll not show that because of time. Now, we did a study in Mount Elgon in Western to look at the iodine nutrition status of the pregnant women, compare that with that of children, look at the salt, and look at the water. If water has iodine, it's used for drinking and for cooking, you'll get the population getting a higher iodine nutrition status. It was a cross-sectional study, a big sample size for the pregnant women. What is important in this picture here is that if you're dealing with the women at the antenatal clinics, you want interventions, you only get them in the third trimester. So you'll miss out in the first and second trimester, and we said these are important periods. Next is that these pregnant women, 42% were deficient. You'll notice deficiency cutoffs for pregnancy is less than 150 micrograms per liter. For children and non-pregnant women, it's less than 100 because of the high requirements we've just discussed. So this is a big figure for deficiency, and we've just talked about what happens when we have a deficiency. Children were doing much better. Only 15.1% were deficient. Next. We looked at the salt. Both the pregnant women brought salt, the school-age children brought salt. You look at the median of potassium iodate within the standard, 50 to 84. So basically the same kind of salt they were eating. That's the source of iodine. Next. But now if you look at the two in comparison, you'll find the median of the school-age children, 235. That's the school-age children, 235. But if you look at the overall median of the pregnant women, you'll find it's 180, much lower. That tells you these differences in that occur because of pregnancy. Now, this problem of deficiency in pregnancy is not just a Kenyan problem. I want to show you just 2-3 examples. Wong, I think this is Emory University. They did some literature reviews, and most importantly went to a WHO vitamin and mineral nutrition information system. This is a database kept. So when I publish this, the results will go to that database from all over the world. And they looked at the situation in, the urinary iodine concentrations in school-age children and non-pregnant women, and they find that where the school-age children and the non-pregnant women indicate iodine intake is adequate or above, approximately half the time pregnant women had inadequate. So it's a problem in pregnancy. Next, please. In Iran, this man called Azizi studied these 3 cities, in Iran, where non-pregnant women had iodine which was adequate or more than adequate. But in the same cities, when they look at the pregnant women, over 51% were deficient, less than 150 micrograms per liter. Next, in Rome, the salt iodization was almost like in the Kenyan situation, 30 ppm. And a study was done to determine the median urinary iodine concentration in pregnant women, and then age-matched, same age, but non-pregnant, and compare the two. The pregnant women, terrible. The controls were perfect. That was Rome. There's a Stan country, Kyrgyzstan. Our friend Professor Fries was involved in this study. There was mandatory iodine, salt iodization. Children were adequate, more than 100 at 114, but the thyroid volume of the pregnant women increased with pregnancy. What happens is that the thyroid volume increases. Now we are going towards goiter because of deficiency. Let's go to the next one, is Poland. Again, almost same like us, but they had voluntary supplementation of pregnant and lactating women with the iodine. Then they did a study to see this program, which had been there for 10 years, what happens. And only 28, next slide, only 28% of the women had the required urinary iodine concentrations. There was voluntary supplementation, and the group who were taking supplements came close to meeting the levels that are required in a pregnancy. The other group did not get adequate iodine, and they concluded that for adequate iodine supply, healthy pregnant women should receive a daily supplement containing 150 micrograms. There is Thailand, the last one. Michael Zimmerman was part of this, and they found that the pregnant women were not adequate, but school-age children eating from the same pot, because they will look at the pregnant woman and who was children, school-age children, and you find this difference. So this is a situation basically all over the world. Now, breast milk iodine, as soon as a mother delivers, the sodium iodine symporter will mop up all the iodine. It goes to the breast tissue so that it can get into breast milk, and that's the only source of iodine for the breastfed child. They require very small amounts, but the turnover, because of the rapid growth, is quite high. So because of this, WHO, UNICEF have had this recommendation that lactating women should also have 250 micrograms per day to ensure that the child postpartum gets sufficient iodine. So this is just a few stories about why we actually have to correct iodine deficiency. It increases the learning ability and cognitive development, leading to improved school performance, reduced school dropout rates, and better educated citizens earning higher wages, like you guys here. It reduces the burden of childcare on women, making resources more available to the household. All the money doesn't go to hospitals and so on. And the mother has sufficient time to engage in other income-generating activities. It lowers the rates of miscarriage, stillbirths, and other pregnancy complications, and neonatal deaths. It lowers the rates of thyroid disease, which improves the health of women of reproductive age. So in conclusion, salt iodization doesn't seem to meet the iodine requirements in pregnancy. And these findings and those of those other countries, they point to a need for attention to iodine intake during this pregnancy and lactation, and shows that even in countries with well-established USI programs, iodine deficiency will still occur in pregnancy. Recommendations: we should have surveys that include the determination of the status of the vulnerable population groups. And pregnant and lactating mothers should use multivitamins and or minerals containing iodine. And actually we do. The women I see here, when they need A and C, they don't go to Pumwani and Bagathi. They go to some fifth floor consultant gynecologist. They come out with a prescription which says Pregnacare. I think the cost per month, which contains iodine, must be 2,500. That's not for Wanjiku. But only the United States Thyroid Association and the Canadian Thyroid Association have come up with the official recommendations for iodine supplementation. And we need to increase iodine supply all over. So we need to deal with the food industry and either persuade them or come up with a legislation so that iodized salt is used in food processed products all over. When you buy your bread, when you buy your... Australia said all salt for bread making must be fortified, and in 2 years they came from deficiency to sufficiency. Thank you very much.
Thank you. A hand of applause again. Wow. I looked at the tranquility that was in the room when this last presentation was going on. I know there is something you have to say because of some of the insights that we've just gotten today about iodine deficiency. Now, for the interest of time and the programs ahead of us, and on behalf of the planning committee, I have been requested to request you also to understand the situation, that if you have any question or any answer or any comment, you may see the individual presenters so that you can give them as we continue interacting so that we save on time. That means we are not going to have the Q&A since we have consumed all the time plus additional minutes. I don't want to say I've written the number of minutes each presenter has taken, and none observed the one that we had agreed. So I'll give you feedback individually on what time you took. And I've also written a number of comments from your presentations, so I'll give you at individual basis. So, and I also request all of you, if you have any comments, any questions, please do the same so that we observe time for the programs remaining. Before I hand the microphone to the MC, just in one sentence, a take-home message from your side. Anyone who has a quick take-home message from today's presentations, something interesting that you've picked. Anyone quickly in one sentence? Anyone? Wow, fine. So at this point, allow me to bring this session to a close. Then we have the MC Jesse. Where are you? Or I send you? Oh, okay. Yes, you can come and take over, please. For online viewers, Dr. Zipporah was taking into consideration. She was tracking your comments, so we shall see how we can give you the comments, those ones who are online. Please go ahead.
Okay, I hope you guys had an interactive session. Apologies, we've sort of had to skip the Q&A at the end, but feel free to meet the speakers a little bit later on during lunch hour and the other sessions in order to perhaps acclimatize and ask the questions that were really burning, if I can use that word. So we're about to break for lunch. The reason we've rushed is because the other group has already finished, and we just wanted to finalize with lunch quickly so we can close on time because of the closing ceremony a little bit later on, and we still have plenary sessions a little bit before that. So kindly, if we could, let's break for lunch. We'll be eating at the Nyama Choma place. Those who came on day one, that initial place where we went to eat lunch, so you'll just be directed as you head out. The guards are well informed. So kindly enjoy your lunch. We meet right here at 2 p.m. Asanteni sana.